Hello everyone, I'm Hans.
And I'm Kate.
And we'll be your host for Save and Sound, where we celebrate music in audio in games. For the next 5 hours, there will be original musical concerts and deep dives that have been made just for this show. This is actually our 4th year of Save and Sound, and the list of games featured is actually something quite special. I think we have something like 85 studios from around the world who have prepared something to showcase their different, crazy, unique, and sometimes even delicious ideas. Alongside this showcase, there is actually a Steam sale, a Steam event. On the front page of Steam, you'll see underneath the carousel a lady playing the flute, where you can find sales, demos, and even some soundtracks on sale. And we'll be giving away some Steam keys, I think of some 45-something games, during the course of the evening and tomorrow, so make sure to stay in chat because we'll be tagging you and also linking the forum where you can participate and all that stuff. Okay, enough chit-chat. Kate, what do we have up next?
Yes, let's get this show on the road. We will start today with Worship by Chasing Reds Games, which is a co-op roguelike, and the team has prepared for us an amazing cultist performance. We follow this up with Little Kitty Big City, a game where you can live out your dream of being a cat, with a jazzy performance that will make you want to dance. Next up is Wildfrost, a deck builder roguelike with a lovely deep dive into the music and sound design of the game, led by Felix and Paul. After that we have Cairn, an atmospheric climbing game by the Game Bakers, while its 2 composers, Camille and Martin, cooked up a deep dive giving insight into their process. Next there is PAPERHEAD, with Jonas Turner returning to Save and Sound, again with a nightmarish and horrifyingly entertaining deep dive. We end the block with our very own Neil Sørensen aka Stoysnack performing a song from Figment to Creed Valley in this very spot. That's it for now, enjoy the show!
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to Worship Save and Sound Performance. My name is Leon Monette, I'm the composer and sound designer at Chasing Rats Games. You've just listened to a brand new song composed for Worship, a multiplayer cultist game inspired by Pikmin. It's been composed for a new encounter featuring cursed skeleton musicians. Thank you so much Bedtime Digital for letting us take part in this awesome event. A big shout out to all the amazing musicians and the crew that helped to put together all of this. Worship demo is out on Steam right now. Try it out and wishlist the game if you liked it. Thank you so much for your time, enjoy the rest of the show, and see you next time. Bye bye!
Hi there, we are sound designer Felix Barbarino.
And composer Paul Zimmermann. And today we'd love to give you a little audio deep dive into roguelike deck builder Wildfrost, which released in 2023.
Wildfrost combines a unique and charming art style with very challenging roguelike gameplay, which we wanted to make sure to embody in our approach to both sound design and music.
As part of our onboarding for the project, we got to read through the game's pitch deck, which ended up being very helpful in finding the overall audio direction. Two things really stuck out to me when I read the deck. For one, the game's art style is rather cute and charming, and not at all dark medieval fantasy. That was something the dev team really wanted to emphasize. Secondly, and for me most importantly, were these little instrument designs the game's artist Gaz drew on a page about the in-game culture. Whenever I start working on a new project, I really like to establish a palette of sounds and instruments that I can then keep reusing throughout the whole soundtrack. In this case, the visual palette for the instruments was already established. Now I just needed to figure out how they could sound.
Speaking of sound, let's talk a little bit about the sound design. Not only is everything in Wildfrost clearly frost related, but also filled with lots of bells. Let's take a closer look at how I made the storm bells. These are difficulty enhancers that you can ring to activate certain nerves. For those, I recorded lots of takes with this Japanese bell. Then pitched it so each bell has its own tone. And then layered all of these tones with dark impacts to make them sound more threatening. In the game, the whole scene sounds like this.
So, after I spent some time finding the real instruments that could represent our Wildfrost ones, I was finally ready to start writing and arranging the music. You will hear them in context later, but here are some of them in isolation. The Navallophone is a very interesting design, resembling a melodic percussion instrument along the lines of a marimba or a xylophone. To represent it, I ended up with a mixture of different sampled instruments like log drums, balafons, and marimbas. If we're being nitpicky, then the teeth would probably have to be varying sizes for it to create different pitches, but let's just pretend there's some Snowdwellian magic here that makes the instrument sound the way it does. Another group of instruments that are very present throughout the soundtrack, in large part due to their piercing sound, are the so-called hooters and tooters. While the hooters are more traditional flutes and especially warmer sounding ocarinas, the tooters in particular ended up being an instrument I never utilized in my writing before. Represented by the real-world instrument of the zurna or soona, I was actually quite surprised to find a version of this one in many different cultures, like ancient Greece, China, Turkey, among many others. You might agree that this instrument has a very unique and piercing sound, which makes it ideal for rousing battle music.
In the battle, you can use different kinds of abilities, like poisoning or healing. It was really a lot of fun searching for the right interpretation of these and thus adding a lot of character. For example, when you slow an enemy with a snow attack, it sounds like you are getting hit by a snowball during a short snowstorm. And when a character loses strength, it sounds like a sword that falls down and breaks. You have to know that one single sound effect in a game mostly doesn't really consist of just one single sound. It's really a lot of sounds layered and processed and adjusted in volume. So let's take a closer look at one of the abilities in Wildfrost. This small bomb attaches to a unit, and when you attack that unit, it gets extra damage from that bomb. This specific sound consists of many different layers, like a burning fuse and an alarm to give it that soon exploding feel. To underline the personality given by the small face on the bomb, I've also added a cute but nasty voice. For this I used both my own voice and a synthesizer. and then layered them together. On top of that, I used some additional mechanic layers to let it feel like a crafted tool.
A lot of the music in Wildfrost relies on layering a bunch of instruments to create a new and unique sound that cuts through the mix of all the percussion and carries the melodic themes. The theme in the track Luminized Dance is a great example for this kind of layering. As I usually do, this track too started with a rough piano sketch outlining melody and harmony. This helps me work out the core musical ideas first, before jumping into the details of arranging. It is quite easy to get lost in tweaking details across hundreds of individual layers during the composition process. From there, a rhythmic bed is created, giving the music its drive and forward momentum. Then the melodic theme is placed across a few different instrument layers. Most of the soundtrack uses sampled instruments, but I also recorded some real ones that I can play, like ukuleles, shakers, voices, and let's not forget, kazoos. And speaking of voices,
In Wildfrost, there are many small details to discover. For example, the muncher, a big animal that can eat unneeded cards. As long as you hold the cards in front of its mouth, it will not stop slurping and smacking. Until you let it eat. Or did you know that there are 3 types of footstep sounds when certain cards leave the battlefield? The normal enemy cards just run away. The money gobbling runs away luckily with some money still in their bag, so you can hear those coins bouncing. And sometimes when your own cards flee after losing a fight, they whistle innocently as if nothing happened. There are a lot more things to discover, like the ice block starts creaking when you hit it 3 times, or the fact that sound effects are always in tune to the music, so it won't sound annoying.
So, most of the music implementation in Wildfrost is quite straightforward and mainly relies on looping tracks. But there are a few spots where the music becomes a bit more adaptive. I wanted to make sure that there was some rest before and after fighting. As players enter a battlefield, the music is first in a state of calm. It is not until the first damage is dealt that we transition into the actual battle track. This system is then set up across all our battle locations via our audio middleware Fmod and integrated into the game's engine, Unity.
While the art of Wildfrost is rather cute, the battles are really the opposite. It's a challenging game, so I wanted the battle sounds like hits or special abilities to really sound fat and juicy. I think there are 3 steps that I took to make this possible. The first one being the right amount of frequencies and layers to the sound design itself, like having some sub-bass to give the attack more weight, or adding sparkling layers with sharp transients to let it cut through. Here's what I mean by that. First, you have the following ability without those additions. It sounds okay, but it lacks a bit of that juiciness. So here's the same sound after adding bass and the high frequencies. Also, the rhythm of the sound design is important, as sometimes a small gap before the impact can make the difference. The last step always was a lot of testing, adjusting and setting all up in our audio middleware Fmod. For example, I sidechained the music a tiny bit during important impacts like special abilities. That means the music gets quieter for a very short time during those effects. You might not notice it that much, but it really gives the abilities more space in the whole mix.
Thank you very much for tuning into our little audio deep dive for Wildfrost.
Goodbye.
So you are co-composing the game soundtrack with Martin, and you're Ava's voice when she sings, but also for all the efforts and all the breathing sounds.
It's the first time that I do this kind of combo. I went to a national dramatic school in Paris. People started to ask me to compose for their play, their movies, and I was like, ooh, I'm kind of like to dig into someone's universe and to dive into someone's brain. I continue acting, but I really need the project to be special, like this one. The effort sounds part was the more unexpected one because you can't imagine when you're playing how much the sound designer needs material to create the world of the character. And this game is really based on Ava, so we really needed a lot of sounds. You think when you do it's the same as but it's not. Yeah. I had to do like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours of fractionated sports in the studio. It was awesome. And the music is super interesting because I'm more used to do classical structures. I see it like this. You have to dive into the game. The music comes from the game, from the images, from the situation. Basically what I do is I improvise for between half an hour and 2 hours of music, searching a lot. First time I brought my loop station. This is kind of my best friend because it's a continuous flow. It comes with an idea that I can just, without stopping. The editing part comes after, and that's the part that I don't like. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll try to do my thing in front of someone else who was Martin that I didn't know, and I was intimidated because I know his work and all. But it happens that it was like super soft and super like two weird people in the studio trying things without talking. It was so cool. We kind of inspired each other like this. I brought the loop station and I brought my violin and the voice. After I brought a trombone and a wave drum. It's like a magic box and you have like a bunch of sounds in it. So just, yeah, it's like a playground, and then it starts and you go with the flow. And then Martin's here and he listens and we choose together which part is the best or interesting one. Then I work at my place, then he works, then we mix our works. So yeah, it's awesome. At the beginning I was like, okay, maybe I'm totally out of the way of doing soundtrack. It happens that I was totally out of the pattern, but I was inspiring him and he was inspiring me, channeling the idea. He's recording and he's like, okay, what do you think? And I'm like, okay, maybe this and that. And I love it. I really love this. A lot of things that we didn't use in the main moment. Martin took it and spread it a little in the whole game. Like, it's not music, but it's around. It's like the mountain is alive and everything is alive. It's cool because we have a really different way of working. I'm like, and he's super calm, and so it really completes the two energies. This is like the surprise of this experience. Yeah, it's really special. The mood, the design, the character, the fact that it's really radical. It's not an easy game. It's super deep. I see it as scales. It has a lot of scales. One is very, very beautiful, very light, very like inviting. You want to stay in the game forever. And then you're more close to yourself because you're actually playing alone, and it's very technical. The first time I tried the game, I was breathing with her. I was really like, and I like that because it demands a lot as a player. You can't be like this playing. You're like, okay, I'm gonna play. And you choose your path. In a sense, this is a very mature game. It's like a mirror.
How do you connect to Ava?
I connect very much, actually. I felt I had to do this game. I had to create space in my life to meet her, because she had a lot to teach me, actually. She's climbing all the time. She has one goal. She just needs to go further. Anything like crossing her path will go. So I'm like this. I'm like, no, I need to go a bit further and then I'll rest later. We only live once, so I'm like, let's go, let's do it.
Are you ready for Cammy? It doesn't look so bad, does it?
Hello, my name is Jonas Turner, and I am the sound designer and music composer for PAPERHEAD. In PAPERHEAD, a lot of the visual elements are made out of cardboard or paper, and I wanted to include that as a core element of the sound design as well. Let's check it out. Of course, we use other sound sources too besides paper. Let's have a brief listen of the game in proper motion and look at some action gameplay. As you may have noticed, the action is visceral and very much in your face. But there is much more. There are parts where you explore this weird spooky place. Let's have a look at some of these moments. The soundscape in the game is meant to be spooky just by using ambient tones emanating from objects in the rooms. But sometimes we like to add a little extra. As you hear, the music comes in various forms, be it action, exploration, or even complete ambient. Some of the music sources might even play from within the levels, like in this spooky room. hope you enjoyed this quick peek into the soundscape of Paperhead. And remember to wishlist the game on Steam. The prologue episode is free, so go and experience it for yourself. Tell your friends about it. They're coming.
Hi everyone, I'm Niels, aka Starstruck. I'm the game director and composer on the game Figment 2 Creed Valley. Here's the theme song from that game. I'm coming back to the surface now. Yeah, my head's been gone for so long. Looking for things that I didn't need, but now it's time to move on. Wherever we go, a home is not a house. As long as I'm with you, we'll work it out. This tangled walk down these pathways, we'll make it out if you hold my hand. Things may change, maybe it's okay that they don't turn out like we planned. Nothing stays the same. The only certainty I know, there's a million ways to work it out. So hold on and I think we'll be okay. There are lights on our way that will guide us. Yeah, hold on, and today might be the day that we find who we are once again. It seems the things that drew us to this place can also tear us apart. But let's hold on tight and let's change our minds before we change our hearts. Wherever we go, a home is not a house. As long as I'm with you, we'll work it out. So let's hold on, and I think we'll be okay. There are lights on our way that will guide us. Yeah, hold on, and today might be the day that we'll That's it. Cheers. Take care.
And we're back! Don't forget to wishlist Worship, Cairn, and Paperhead, and check out Little Kitty, Big City, Wildfrost, and Figment 2 that are all on sale. What is up next, Hans?
Next up, we have Arranger, a role puzzling adventure. It's a charming and thoughtful tile-based puzzle game. They've prepared a musical performance of the game's OST. Then we'll have Nights in Tight Spaces, which is the follow-up of Fights in Tight Spaces, with a dubstep, electro, boiler room style video. It's pretty interesting. And then we'll have Tiny Glade, which is the recent indie hit that will be showcasing the audio design behind such a cute and relaxing game. Then it's Peglin with Adam, aka Crashtroid, who's going into a soundtrack deep dive and remix. And we'll end this block with Henry Halfhead, giving us a Tiny Desk-like performance of 2 tracks. Enjoy!
En agosto de 2023 fui a lo del Chris, Autopista del Sonido, a grabar unas músicas para el videojuego Arranger, a Role Puzzling Adventure. Grabar allí fue como hacerlo en una segunda casa, la verdad. La lista de temas y de pistas a grabar era bastante extensa, pero los mates con los chicos me hicieron los días más que amenos. Siempre hay nervios cuando grabas, querés que salga como lo tenés en tu cabeza. Y a mí este tema que estamos escuchando, Problemas Tentaculares, era el que más nervioso me tenía porque tiene muchas secciones diferentes y varía mucho la energía que va teniendo. Toda la experiencia de haber trabajado en este juego fue increíble para mí. Gemma, el personaje que manejamos, es una persona curiosa que se pregunta por lo que hay más allá. Es exploradora, cuestionadora. En mi vida personal me siento un poco como ella. No solo porque viví en muchos lugares diferentes buscándome, sino que además cuestiono todos los días el orden absurdo del mundo. Esta conexión que yo siento fue una de las cosas que me ayudó mucho a la hora de hacer una música sincera. Y eso no podría haber sido sin la libertad que me dieron también. El juego va pasando por diferentes lugares y tonos, y a pesar de que uso samples e instrumentos electrónicos, yo creo que un elemento que le da personalidad a esta música es la guitarra y el charango. No como instrumentos genéricos, más bien haciendo referencia a los míos. No sé si es que son particularmente buenos, la guitarra debe tener mi edad, pero yo les siento como si tuvieran un espíritu propio al cual no cuesta mucho llamar. Esto que estamos escuchando es el resultado de muchas conversaciones. No fue difícil inspirarse en el trabajo de mis compañeros, tanto con el diseño que plantea el Nico, la historia y los personajes del Nick, y la dimensión visual que se abre con el arte del David. Este es el tema más rockero de la banda sonora. El costado aventurero del juego me dio la chance y aproveché para grabar baterías, que es el instrumento que más me gusta tocar. Esto es un minúsculo registro de esta experiencia que duró 4 años de nuestras vidas. Mi nombre es Tomás Batista y les agradezco mucho la atención y la escucha.
Wow, me deja re nervioso ese tema del orto, boludo.
Hello, Save and Sound. Hello. This is Martin and Oda from the Tiny Glade team, and we're going to do intro to the music.
We just launched the game last night, 2 nights ago, and yes.
For those of you who are new to this game, Tiny Glade is a little game where you build castles, villages, ruins, whatever you feel like at your own pace. There are no goals other than those you set for yourself, and we ultimately wanted to create a space where people can relax. We worked very closely with Anna and Tom from Panslide to find the right style for both sound design and music to really capture and enhance the world of possibilities that they were creating. Martin did a little sound design intro for last year's Save and Sound, so this time we're focusing more on the music.
There are actually only 2 instruments that have been recorded live, and that is the flutes, which is my mom playing, and the trumpet, which is me. The rest are all virtual instruments. This was because we didn't have a budget. We could record me for free. My mom was more than happy to, for the first time in her life, be a studio musician. The studio setup that we have is very much homemade. It's just like this tiny room, and we put up a bunch of things. Hello. And then so there's a microphone, and then we go in here. So all of this stuff is just to make sure that we get a bit less reverb in the recordings. And then here is my sound card, and then here is my laptop, and that's it. The reason why most of the other wind instruments have really just staccato sound and not really sustained notes is that it takes less time to program and make it sound good. And also, the shorter notes meant that there would be actually more space for the sound design as well. It also makes the transitions between different time of day and different instruments easier to navigate inside of Fmod. Alright, we are here inside of Fmod. This is the Autumn Glade music system event, and this is one of the tracks called Autumn Sun. Here you can see all the instrument stamps that we have for this track, which is quite a lot. We have a few different parameters here, like music intensity, music richness, day-night, and so on, and I'm gonna set up the day-night parameter to increase over time. The music intensity is currently at 0, which means we just started a new Glade and also haven't built a lot. This one decides which intensity layer each instrument is playing, which is what the purple, blue, green, and yellow boxes are. So basically, if you've built a lot, the music becomes more complex to match what you can see on screen. I'll just increase this manually as we go, which means we won't get the nice fades that we get in-game, but oh well. So now it's at 0.3, and that's a bit more fleshed out. And day-night is increasing by itself, so it's now midday. Let's switch to 0.6 now. That's even more fleshed out. And we're now in the evening. And topmost intensity. And it's middle of the night. So we're switching between different instruments depending on what time of day it is, and each instrument also has the 4 different richness levels triggered by the music richness parameter to match how long or how much you've been building. And just for fun, to make things a little bit more complicated, we also have the music intensity parameter, which is connected to the sound effects. So if you're building a lot and the volume of the building sounds are above a certain threshold, that will cause the parameter value to increase, which will make different instruments fade out according to the settings assigned to them. And then if you stop building, the parameter will start decreasing because there's no audio pushing the value upwards, and that will make the instruments fade back in until the tune is fully fleshed out again.
One of my favorite things about working on Tiny Glade was that the narrow scope of it allowed us to go really deep with everything we did. The music system got to be as complex as it is specifically because there's no narrative or fast-paced action to underscore. Instead, we got to focus on getting our players into the right mindset to relax and be creative, and on making the environment feel alive and dynamic with a soundscape that adapts to the day-night cycle and various themes. I've never worked on anything that has as many parameters per sound as this game, and bug fixing and mixing became quite interesting towards the end. Martin added so many details and layers to the sound design that I'm sure people feel but don't actively notice, like how a small building sounds lighter than a big one when you move it around, and if you zoom out really far there is a different type of wind. And then there's wooden elements that are added in as the layer for half-timber buildings, and that's for all types of building sounds. The level of detail is so impressive, and that of course applies to the visuals and everything else as well, and I feel incredibly lucky that I got to be part of a team with individuals as inspiring as Martin, Tom and Anna. Another thing that ended up having a big impact on the music was the first couple of trailers that we made, because at that point I had not yet had time to make more than a few sketches. Since we didn't have any in-game music, I had to make something that felt like it captured the personality of the game, and that ended up being a very good starting point and reference for the rest of the tracks. For example, the very first announcement trailer had short musical phrases with a lot of silence between them because we wanted to evoke curiosity. This led to me choosing odd time signatures and often swapping between different ones within the same track to allow space for ambience, and it also added a nice and slightly uneven ebb and flow, which makes the tunes feel less static. And then there's the trailer that we did for a future game show. Here the music was based on a sketch I made inspired by the first trailer. The music is much more fleshed out than the announcement trailer and also much more than the in-game music. This track ended up being the main inspiration for the main theme, which is both in the menu music and also has a different variation per Glade. I would also like to point out that the music would not sound at all the way it does now if it weren't for the fact that Tom and Anna came with so much feedback. The soundtrack for Tiny Glade is definitely not something that I made on my own. It's been a team effort for everyone who's been on the team.
Hey, my name's Adam. You might know me as Crashdroid. I'm the composer for Peglin, and I've done additional music on Foul Damage. Today I want to break down a little bit of the music that I've worked on for Peglin and really talk about and highlight the storytelling and the instrumentation featured in the game. Peglin includes a few different instruments that are pretty integral to its identity, namely a piano, an upright bass, and a marimba. As you go further through the game, you'll start to discover new instruments that mean new things to the story and world of Peglin. So without further ado, let's open it up and explore some of that music. For our song breakdown, I wanted to talk about the later stages in the game, specifically the mines. These are some of my personal favorite songs in all of Peglin, and I really wanted to kind of pick them apart and we can explore them together. So a little sample for you here. So one of the primary things about this track that makes it stand out compared to the rest of the soundtrack is the way that I've written the bass. I'm combining this contact bass with a different patch from a plugin that I really like called Massive. It's a very bubbly synth kind of sound, and because it's really, really low down, it kind of complements the bass in a way of giving it a little bit of sliminess and a little bit of grunge. It's not a very comfortable place to be for Peglin, so that little bit of extra bubble and pop from the bass, I think, helps even that idea out a little bit more. Another thing to note is that the signature marimba line is being affected by a different mallet instrument this time around. This time we've also got a Celesta that is present in the soundtrack as well. This one was chosen a little bit more to identify the crystals in the environment, right? There's crystals everywhere and they shine and they're nice and pretty. So in my mind, it kind of offsets the kind of sinister undertone of the track to have a really pretty soft mallet instrument playing along with the marimba. You can see how it's combined there with the melody, and then it gets its own spot here being a counter melody, and then eventually gets a full focus right here. It's nice and soft, it offsets the marimba really well, and emblematic of the crystals in this environment, which is its signature look. All the while that we have all these other instruments playing, we have a really sinister, gross kind of choir in the background. Those chords are very important to this song. You'll hear them over and over. Now, the effect stack that I used to build that is on top of a basic choir from Contact again. And you can see here that there's only 3 plugins being used, and all of them actually are default with FL Studio. Gross Beat was the first thing I applied to chop the sound a little bit more and modulate when its volume goes up and down. Then I added some reverb to kind of give it that spacious effect of being in a larger environment like a cave. Then finally, I added a phaser on it and chose a preset here that kind of mangles the sound beyond its original recognition. So I'll turn each one of these on as I play the loop. Watch these 3 orange dots and see what the different plugins will do to the sound here. The effect stacks that I use are pretty simple in my opinion, and I think you can get a lot of mileage out of a lot of default stuff that is included with your software. You'll hear this voice make a recurrence in the song and then eventually in the next one as well. Sometimes it ends up being part of the chords and sometimes it's just ambience. The staircase effect on this audio kind of gives it that idea of slowly progressing towards a deeper and deeper part of the cave. So I chose a couple more sounds to identify parts of the caves that do not belong to Peglin, like in the beginning of the song. You can hear some tuned gongs and a synth line, both again from Massive and Contact. Those are 2 of my favorite plugins, and you'll see them being used quite a bit during Peglin. You'll hear the marimba come in quite frequently after the stage elements have been present in the music. The reason I do that all the time is just to represent Peglin slowly gaining more confidence about the environment that they're in, right? There's a little bit of fear, and that eventually transitions to curiosity and then discovery. That's kind of the motif that I use throughout most of the soundtrack, is a story of becoming more comfortable with your environment and then trying to make your own presence in it. It feels a lot like someone's own personal journey, and I try to replicate the feeling of that through the music as much as I can. This is another point to the instruments from the forest, the more Peglin-ish area of the game, being corrupted with different sounds. So we have the melodeon track from the forest, and it's actually being corrupted with a brand new saxophone line, a baritone saxophone to be specific, both of which are from Contact. I'll let you listen to that here. The saxophone is unique to the Mines, but the melodeon actually makes an appearance in most of the Peglin-centric songs, so the Forest, the Encyclopedia, and other things like that. The reason that I keep adding different instruments to the pre-existing ones is to demonstrate the corruption of Peglins, which if you've played the game, you'll know that many of the enemies within it actually are Peglin adjacent and have either been corrupted or possessed in some way. And as Peglin is discovering that, there's a certain level of familiarity, but also uncomfortability. That's where we get this synth layer added to the bass. That's where we get the melodeon being layered with the saxophone, and it kind of pushes that idea more. Now, for one of my favorite tracks in the game, I wanted to show you a little bit of the boss theme of the Mines, which could represent one of any 3 final bosses of the game, but it does represent the end of the journey for Peglin as it is right now. So this boss theme really cranks up the heat, and immediately you can tell right when the bass starts going wild, right? The bass is moving quicker than it ever has before in the game. And because it is so iconic to the Mines to be focused on the bass, I really wanted to highlight that during this boss theme. the final elements actually added to this track was the choir stabs, where I got a plugin. It's from Spitfire Audio. It's called Originals Epic Choir, and it has these short staccato syllable sounds that I found really, really interesting. They get randomized as I use them, so they actually end up being different without me having to modulate them at all on my own. You'll hear them a lot through the song, and they kind of lend a more like powerful and dramatic feel to the song. I'm sure you had an idea that choirs would do that to a song, and this is the finality of Peglin, right? That's why I ended up using it in this song and not in any others. The drums are actually the exact same kit all the way through the game. Every song from the very beginning of the forest to the end of the mines uses the same drum kit exactly. I ended up choosing this to make sure that the feel was consistent between those few instruments that were iconic to Peglin, but it goes way harder near the end of the game. Now that you've had a chance to understand the process that goes into these songs, I'll just give you a second to listen to it. Thank you so much for stopping by and listening. I really appreciate it. I hope this was both educational and maybe a little bit of fun at the same time too. This is Crashtroid from Red Nexus Games. Have yourself a good one. Enjoy the rest of Save and Sound 2024.
Hi, my name is Lucien. I'm the composer and sound designer of the upcoming game Halfhead, and
my name is Riggy, and I'm here to help Lucien perform a few songs for you.
Halfhead is all about a quirky sandbox game. As Henry, you can basically possess a lot of objects in the game. For example, you can be an apple, but you can also play as a paper plane or maybe as an apple seed. It's up to you. It's all about being a playful person, having access to your playful mind. And I think this is really important for us human beings. That's also why we are playing music, because we like playing music. So we have adapted some songs of the soundtracks that we can basically just perform them for you guys live. We hope you're going to enjoy our performance and stay active and playful. Have a good night, evening, or day. Bye.
Because I'm Henry I'm gonna be a key. 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 I can simply be anything. Let me just possess anything. Because I'm Henry Halfhead. Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching. That was all from us, and it would mean a lot to us if you would wishlist Henry Halfhead on Steam, and also follow us on Twitter, Lulu Games, or at Lucien Guy Montando. We had a pleasure to play here, and have a nice time. Bye.
That was wonderful. You know, Kate, have you ever heard someone call another person acoustic? Does that mean they're musically good? Anyway, Arranger is on sale, and their soundtrack is also on sale. Nights in Tight Spaces has a demo up right now. Tiny Glade is on sale, and Peglin is also on sale. So just a reminder, there's about 70 to 80 games on sale on the Steam event, all of them being previous or current Save and Sound participants. So please do yourself and your ears a favor and go check them out.
We'll kick the next block off with our fellow Albo-based developers, Syndicate Games, and a debut game, GLUM, where you do a lot of kicking. They prepared an upbeat performance for us of the game's soundtrack. After that, we have Celestial Return, a sci-fi noir RPG by Metaphor Games, with a dark and energetic performance. Next up, we have Hadley's Run, a Starship Saga, a thrilling roguelike space shooter, with an audio deep dive into the game's intense combat music. Then, we've got Rightfully Beary Arms, a violently cute bullet hell roguelike with a dynamic concert and a deep dive into the game's soundtrack. Coming up next is Mixed Universe, a musical sandbox game where its creator Chris Zuko makes a music track from scratch. We'll end this block with Escape from Ever After by Sleepy Castle Studios, a magical story-rich RPG and a deep dive into this jazzy soundtrack. Now sit back, enjoy the ride!
Good. So we have a plan.
Time travel and space travel and black.
Strange things are happening every day. Hier kom groot kak translates directly as here comes big shit. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So just layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story. I don't think you guys can hear that, but there's some really weird noises outside. Anyway, thank you for watching. Right, so hello everyone. This is the deep dive of our boss fight trek for Hadley's run, and it's called Opskop, which is an Afrikaans word. Opskop, how do I describe it? It's like a party where people will probably end up fighting a little bit with each other. But yeah, let me just play some music first. Here we go. So, I use a lot of samples, like this one, which you can hear is like kind of an Eastern sitar instrument. Okay, so that, Ashmin, what you're hearing is me counting in Sumerian, one of the oldest languages in the world, because we have 3 galaxies and they all have their own vibe. And one of the galaxies is a very ancient galaxy known as the Ezdian galaxy. So I wanted to reflect that ancientness in the music. So you can hear this. That's African chanting. So it's like, I found these like African Zulu chanting samples online. I would go and record actual people chanting in Zulu if I was in my own country, but I'm not. I'm in the Arctic and I'm not even with my team. So it's been quite a thing doing all of this with my team all the way in the south of the planet, and I am all the way on the north of the planet. You can ask me about it if you'd like, but it's a very long story and I only have a few minutes to do this deep dive with everyone. We do what we can, and yeah, I just used a lot of these like really cool samples that I found, and a little bit of MIDI here and there, and then also my synth, which I carried across the globe with me. It's very heavy though, but I did it. So here we have some of my synths coming in. That's my boy. Yeah. So, I mean, as you guys are probably noticing, I'm basically just showing you the music. And from my side, that was the biggest thing for me, was basically just to create something unique, create something musical that is not just like something, you know, some repetitive stuff that people have to listen to. Well, it is repetitive. It's supposed to put you in kind of like a flow state, but I like to have a lot of emotion, a lot of depth, a lot of symbolism in the music that people don't necessarily pick up on while they're playing, right? So I mean, while you're playing, you're not necessarily going to notice that someone is saying the following while you are playing.
Time travel and space travel and black holes and time warp.
As you can see, I really like chopping things up. I like to chop things. Like this area here, you can see a lot of chopping of the little audio samples. A lot of people, you know, there's an app for that. There's like a filter or an effect or whatever for that. But I like to do things manually, so I become quite obsessed with chopping things up in this game. And it's funny because like while you compose, it's almost like, I don't know, like I get very immersed in the thing that I'm working with, and the game's vibe itself kind of like reflects in the way that I compose. So like the whole chopping things up and like the distorted like jerked audio is also reflective of the story and of the gameplay itself, where you get thrown in and out of these like wormholes, right? That are kind of like chopped up pieces of time. This game has so many layers to it. Like it's like you have so much story that you will only uncover if you actually die. And if you play the game, like you have to, like every time you die, you go back into like into the wormhole, back kind of where you started, but everything's then a little bit different. But the thing is the story is different as well. So there's like so much story. I couldn't believe it when I actually played the game finally. I realized like there's so many layers to the story. It's just layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story. And it goes so deep, and it's subjective because it depends on like how many times you die, how much story you're going to uncover. And I guess it's the same with our country. It's like subjective. It's like you go there and every person will have a different experience. And there's so many languages and there's so many cultures and there's just so much. There's like, it's got a lot of muchness to it. So I think that's kind of what it is. And yet it's humble. And I think that's reflective of our game. It's like, it's a humble game, but it's got so much to it. Like every little part, I mean, even, you know, in my music, it's like, every small little piece has a story, you know, and has a muchness to it. The main kind of home world is based around Johannesburg, which is in South Africa, if you didn't know. And South Africa is a very, 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 very diverse country with many, many different languages, one of them being Afrikaans. And so I say a bit of something in Afrikaans here, which is this. Which is translated, hier kom groot kak, translates directly as, here comes big shit. Yes, here comes big shit, which is the direct translation. Yeah, so once again, that like adding these kind of elements, story elements into the music. Yeah, for me, you know, it's all about the feeling. I think it's all about the feeling. It's all about creating a feeling where the person feels like they've got drive, like energized, and they just want to like keep going, and they don't want to stop, and they're just like, right? I mean, that's the whole point. I just want to create the right emotion for the player. A bit of chopping up there. Anyway, it's all about just doing things we love. Just like making things that we love making. Because I will never stop making music. Even all the obstacles that you get through, you know, like there's not enough money, or you don't have enough resources, or you're in the middle of nowhere, or nobody loves you. All these things play a part in why we can or cannot get things done. But at the end of the day, if you truly love doing something, nothing can take you away from that. Lasse loves making games. Romy loves animating. Liam loves writing stories, and I love making music, and that's why we did this. And I guess that's why no matter what happens, we'll just never stop doing that. And I'm so grateful that this team chose me to work with them. My birds back in South Africa. Shout out to my team. Best team ever. Yeah, keep making the shit that you love to make, and don't ever apologize for making the shit you love to make. Out. Bye.
Hey everybody, I'm Garrett Rose, the composer for Daylight Basement's upcoming release, Rightfully Beary Arms. It's a goofy, bullet hell, shoot 'em up roguelite with a ton of irony and nostalgia. The track you just listened to is from the second dungeon of the game, The Docks. I wanted to do a little deep dive on the inspiration and goals for this music and how it functions in the game. So as I mentioned, this game plays a whole lot with nostalgia, whether it be in the character design, the setting aesthetics, or in my case, the music. And this dungeon in particular was a fun one because it was a reference to the classic East Coast fishing towns. And that's a super fun setting because as a kid, it's still got some creepy elements to it, even if it is a classic New Englander vacation spot. And because of that balance of creepy and wholesome, I'm able to use that as a really good launching off point for inspiration. So for this track in particular, I was able to look at references like Irish jigs, classic sea shanties, and then couple that with the hard-hitting soundtracks of people like Darren Korb and the textures of nautical cartoons like Flapjack and SpongeBob. By attempting to balance those sounds, I can make something that exists in a world of true childlike adventure, which is surrounded by the unknowns of the adult world. With those inspirational touchstones in my back pocket, I then had to figure out how to maximize my music. How can I write a short tune and be able to use it in a billion different ways? To do this, I actually wrote 2 melodies that sit on top of one another. There's first the Irish jig, and then the simplified sea shanty. These 2 ideas can be played together or apart, and then with the added variation of the rock-style music bed, the possibilities are pretty abundant. One of my favorite things about these variations is what happens when you get to the implementation stage. For example, what happens when you fire a weapon, what happens when the room is cleared, how can I maintain excitement for the player, all those kinds of questions. In this dungeon, the music is always remixing and varies between being a tavern-style jig with standard instruments to an 8-bit frenzy with a steady backbeat. And ideally, the music doesn't get annoying and the variation adds interest and curiosity for the player. So that's basically the quick and dirty version of what's under the hood for this track, but there's so much more to say. Go ahead and give our game a shot. It's out now in early access and player feedback has been really huge. Check it out and enjoy the tunes, and thanks for listening.
Hi folks, happy to be here for Save and Sound, and yeah, my name is Zuko, and I'm the creator of Mix Universe, this musical sandbox game, which I'm going to play today and just make a mix from scratch. So all these individual nodes you can see here make sounds, and I can edit them, and we'll be playing around with all the different things that you can do in the game as we go. So starting off, we have something like this. Actually not too bad for auto-generated. Kind of feel like a little bit more synthy today. Maybe a little too long. Okay. So we'll go ahead and I'm just gonna select all of the terrain and get rid of it. And then we'll move all this stuff around. So now we have just this. And what I kind of want to do is just mess around and see if there's some sort of... I'm actually going to turn snapping on and see if we got something cool here. I kind of like... So, and then I'll link these together and move them over. And follow the pattern. And we'll go a little lower. I kind of dig this. I'll take this and then we'll transpose it. I'm gonna stack them, I think. I think it'll be really cool. Cool. You see how quickly you can kind of have fun just by transposing the different starting beats of things. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get that like a dun 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 dun. So one of the really cool things that you can do is you can add effects to everything. So I can add reverb, and then I can even just make the duration longer for all of the notes. Kind of dig that. So I'm going to bring in a simple kick. So these are just kind of the basics. Which obviously we want a little bit more than that. This sound. What does that sound like? So now I have this. What we can do. Yeah, like that. I think what I'm going to try to do is a really neat effect where you take these and stack them so it goes like a more. Move it down, down, and then up again. That's pretty cool. I think it turned out pretty sweet. You're like, wait, where's the other layers? Oh. That's it. That's the mix that we made today. All from scratch. And yeah, all the layers are toggleable. So if I wanted to change like the lead off, turn off the background maybe. Thanks for checking out the vibes, and hopefully this inspires you to make something in Mixed Universe. That would be awesome. So whatever you post, you can post it on Discord or whatever, and I'll take a look at it. And you can upload it to the workshop, and everybody else can take a look at it too. So have a good day.
GLUM, Celestial Return, Hadley's Run, Rightfully Beary Arms, Mixed Universe and Escape from Hereafter all have a demo for you to play. On top of that, Hadley's Run and Rightfully Beary Arms have a sale going on, so check them out. What is up next, Hans?
Wait a second. When was the last time that you drank water? Yeah, you, at home. Water check right now. You know, it's important to stay hydrated. And also, maybe it's time for our first giveaway. The lovely people over at Elgato, they've blessed us once more with a sponsor segment, this time with the whole Neo product lineup. They're plug-and-play tools for pro-level sound, video, and control with a nifty Stream Deck Neo at the heart of it all. So they're giving away a Stream Deck Neo, a Wave Neo, a Facecam Neo, a Keylight Neo, and a Game Capture Neo, all in one package. And you can enter this giveaway through the form that we're linking in chat right now. Just as a note, this is like a single, we're not counting, multiple entries, so that everybody has a singular fair chance. So thank you again to Elgato for sponsoring the giveaway, but also sponsoring this whole segment. Next up, we have Starstruck Hands of Time, a game that describes itself as a story-rich rhythm adventure game where you play guitar and you abuse time travel. They will be performing music from the game. Then we have Fruitbus with an audio deep dive on the game's audio systems, and then we'll check out Tiny Bookshop that has a little cozy concert for us. For the second half of the block, we'll be checking out Shapez 2, which is a recent indie hit, and they'll be showcasing some neat audio design tricks. Then it's time for Cabernet, which will be discussing the philosophy behind the game, and we'll finish up the entire segments with Angel, a breakbeat-infused adventure. See you on the other side.
My name is Alexander Winter, and I'm the composer for Krillbyte's Fruitbus. Normally people know me as an EDM producer and DJ, and I'm usually make very bombastic electronic music, but scoring for movies and games has always been like a huge passion for me. So I was really grateful to be able to create the soundtrack for this game. I've worked on games in the last decade because I have a lot of passion for creating games, scores, and soundtracks. Early on, I was only brought on to make the music for the reveal trailer. As the devs sat with that trailer tune over time, they felt it represented the game so well that they hired me to do the full soundtrack. So in the game, the player is driving a truck around on different islands, collecting fruits and making dishes for the locals. It's a game about exploration and relaxation. Behind the cozy open world experience, there's a lot of story about family and drama that's taking place. You inherit the fruit bus you're driving from a family member and go on a road trip through different continents and cultures to fulfill your grandma's last wishes. So it's a lot of heart beneath all the apples and bananas. And for me as a composer, the drama and the emotions are a great way for me to help tell the story with the developers. Some of my inspirations for this project was Koji Kondo and Kazumi Tokata. They're veteran Nintendo composers, but I really like how they can transform very established sound like Latin, jazz, or fusion and transform it into a video game soundtrack that's very palatable for the player. They create very catchy compositions, and I think that's super important, even if it's background music, that it sticks out a little bit and you remember. The direction I had when I started was Ennio Morricone mixed with Todd Taddea, which is a retro house electronica producer. Kind of took that and mixed it with the lo-fi hip-hop wave that's been going on the last decade. It's very important as a composer on a video game that's this cartoony and strong visually to have an instrument palette. Like a painter chooses colors, instruments that are used in different songs, again, to get a cohesive sound across the compositions. Incidental music, underscoring the emotion and the background, and diegetic music, playing from the radios and speakers. Those were the two types of music I was composing for this game. I also produced a bunch of radio tracks for the player to enjoy while cruising around and exploring. And the most fun was composing the story music, the emotional incidental music. It really helps connecting the player to a fictional character and setting. And I wanted the music to feel sweet, endearing, a little sad, but also rewarding and uplifting. The sound they wanted was clear from the beginning. The audio director for Fruitbus, Martin Kvale, was very adamant about this 70s analog, lo-fi and quirky sound he was looking for. There's a lot of hissing, tape noise, warmth to the production. But I wasn't alone in making all the music here. Martin Kvale is not just a brilliant sound designer, he's also made some additional music to the game. He's been working on this game for years before I came on. So I basically took care of the main themes and worked on the emotional aspect of the game. As a composer, it's great to work on a game with such emotional width. From small, tiny moments to big moments. One of the contributions I had to the game was me and my daughter was playing ukulele in her room, and I came up with this little riff. I suggested to make a little character that's like a troubadour, or like a street musician, standing on a corner playing a little bit. And then later in the game has this big moment where they get to shine on stage playing the tune that I wrote. I thought it would create a good addition to the quirky atmosphere of the game and also add a little bit more of like a unnecessary addition, which I think as a player myself enjoy finding those. This whole process was a very collaborative process. Even though I had a lot of freedom, there was very clear direction, and also there were other people composing additional music as well. I had a lot of freedom to create what I wanted, but the game really was telling me what to do because of the strong writing in the game. It was really helpful to create a strong musical identity. One of the biggest characters in the game is the player's grandma, and she gives you her Fruitbus to kind of carry on her legacy as a nomad fruit chopper ninja. That character had so much emotion. It was so fun to compose for her specifically, and her interaction with the player. I don't know, there's something very cinematic about family within a game. It's not that often that you get such a heartfelt and tight relationship between the player and another fictional character. And the music has a lot to do with connecting you to that character. Also, the player's mother is also another character that was really fun to create music for. And I tried to use the grandma's identity music to make a genetic similarity to the mom's theme so that they both could play together in the end. For each island as well, I also created some more ambient versions of the main theme for the island so that when you're driving around to special locations, like a viewpoint or a unique place, there will be some cues from the main theme from the island. And repeat themes, I think, is super important in games and movies because it really helps you role play that area, that specific moment, because those characters are supposed to have been there for their whole lives and you just came in here for an hour or two. So the music is kind of filling in a lot of those gaps that the player isn't emotionally aware of. And I think that's what's cool about music. It really helps fill in the gaps and be the mortar between the bricks in an emotional experience within video games. So I hope you enjoy Fruitbus and the music I composed and produced for it. Some of the most fun I've ever had is to compose music for video games. It's amazing.
Hi, I'm Raven. I'm the artist and sound designer on a game called Tiny Bookshop. Tiny Bookshop is, as you guessed it, a game about running a tiny bookshop, on wheels no less. This one right here. It's a light management game with a lot of charming characters, beautiful locations to visit, and of course also a lot of books. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, you can try out the demo on Steam. Game comes out in 2025. All right, I'm gonna play you a couple more songs from the soundtrack. I hope that sounds good to you, and here's the next one. Alrighty. Okay, and one more. Alrighty, thanks for watching. I hope you tried the demo, and I wish you a great time with the rest of the stream. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to an audio deep dive of Shapez 2. My name is Petter Semelius, also known as Pepsen, and I'm the composer for Shapez and Shapez 2. In this video, I will focus on the music design, production, and the challenges I faced during development. Shapez 2 is a top-down factory building game where you extract and process geometric shapes in an endless space-themed universe. The shapes are delivered into a central hub or vortex, and the player needs to deliver increasingly complex shapes to progress. The vortex will always give the player a new shape to deliver once a request has been fulfilled, making the game essentially endless. The game has no combat, no levels, no real narrative either, or anything you'd normally use as a condition to switch music. This is why we decided to keep the implementation fairly simple, similar to the original Shapez game. The first Shapez game had very limited possibilities in terms of implementation, as it was initially a browser game. The game could only handle one music track during gameplay that played in a loop. So what I did was stitch tracks together into one long track with seamless transitions in between, something similar to a DJ mix. And while Shapez 2 had more options in terms of implementation, we figured continuing with this simple track-based playlist made sense. Feedback for the music in Shapes was very positive, and there was no real reason to overcomplicate things in the sequel without having a clear idea of how to improve it. Sometimes it's better to keep it simple and focus on the music itself. The first Shapes did not have a theme, and I had the freedom to come up with whatever I thought worked for the game. This included classic instruments like piano, bass, guitar, and drum kit. The soundtrack already had some electronic elements, but it was mostly acoustic. For Shapes 2, this needed to change. I could not keep the acoustic part, and it sometimes even had a jazzy sort of sound that didn't really fit well with the space theme in Shapes 2. I wanted to tap into the expectations people have when playing a sci-fi game, but still keep the essence of the initial Shape score. This included adding spacious pads, synth arpeggios, and a lot of movement through automation. A general feeling of floating and vastness was something I was aiming for, while still keeping a rhythmic element at times, adding drums to certain parts to represent the factory that's always moving, never sleeping, but also having calm moments, uplifting, and giving a feeling of safety, since there isn't any danger in this game. The biggest challenge was to find the right balance between foreground and background. Piquing interest here and there, but mostly working as an ambience or mood setter. I didn't want the music to take focus, but I still wanted it to feel present and something the player could stop and listen to if they wanted to. The music is fairly simple in terms of music theory and rhythm, as I wanted it to feel familiar and safe. Most of the tracks are in minor and with a 4/4 beat and do not really deviate. I instead created variation, movement, and interest through processing. Automating volume, filter, reverb, panning, and delay, which was also the most important effect for this project. Let me show you an example of how I used delay. In this track, I have an ARP melody which sounds like this. As you can hear, it already has quite a lot of ping-pong delay. And to make it even more pronounced, I added compression at the end after the delay to enhance the delay even more. But we don't stop there. We add more. So during this whole section, I have another delay which slowly increases in mix value until we reach 100% mix value, and the delay has now taken over. The delay is now the new main signal, pushing the whole melody forward a slight bit, and in that sense creating a new melody, because it's not the same rhythm anymore. And this is what I tried to do throughout the whole soundtrack. I tried to be creative with processing and make it sound even more spacier, and like everything is moving and it's not really organized. But that was something I was trying to do for the whole soundtrack. The biggest difference between Shapes and Shapes 2 is the added third dimension. This is why I wanted to rely heavily on delay, and specifically ping-pong delay, as well as automating panning to increase the sense of stereo movement, in an effort to make the soundtrack feel more 3D than the soundtrack for the first game. One of the challenges I faced during production were coming up with new, interesting ideas that fit the mood and palette I had chosen to follow. It was very easy to drift away from the intended mood, and the fact that I needed to compose over an hour of music with the same sort of style was sometimes difficult. I had to scrap multiple ideas because I strayed too far from the intended mood. Another challenge was to not overproduce. Sometimes I tinkered with a track for too long and actually made it worse. I'm never truly happy with my tracks, and it's really hard to know when a track can be improved and when it's time to let go. Art is never finished, only abandoned. This was a brief overview of the countless hours of thought and work that went into the creation of the Shapez 2 soundtrack. I hope you have time to check out the game and the soundtrack on Steam. I also want to show you that my gear, this is all my gear by the way, is as boring as my background. Thank you for watching. Bye!
I'm Jim Fowler, and I'm the composer on Cabernet from Party for Introverts. Again, my journey into writing music for video games was kind of circuitous. I started out playing jazz, went to music college. A friend of mine was working at Sony, and they had just started SingStar. And from there, inside Sony, I began writing the menu music for SingStar, began helping out on other projects. From there, worked on all kinds of things, either as composer or orchestrator. The composer is the person who's, they're the source of the music. The orchestrator's job is taking what the composer's written and essentially putting it onto paper with dots. Arsini, one of the co-founders of Party for Introverts, and I worked together at PlayStation. A little later down the line, we both left to be freelance. I was speaking with Arsini, and he said he had this game coming up. I thought it sounded really interesting and fun, so I kind of threw my hat in the ring to work on it. I guess the first things that inspired the music were a kind of sadness, sort of Eastern European melancholy, and a kind of gentleness, despite it being a game about vampires. Some of that melancholy, I think, comes through in Liza's Lullaby, which is kind of the source of a lot of where the music went. There's something that just as a melody could be a nice bedtime song, sleepy song, but once it gets the harmonies on it, it begins to give it a slight ambiguity, so it's like a very strong harmony. There's a tension, there are extensions on all the chords, nothing feels quite settled. That was how I was trying to achieve that sense of melancholy. There's always just like this way or a touch that way, and it never quite makes it. In general, for the score, didn't want it to feel like a sort of pastiche Eastern European music. Sort of a lot of sevenths and ninth chords that you might have found in late romantic music, just to kind of give it a little feel of that, maybe some Rachmaninoff kind of ideas. So I suppose looking to borrow small ideas from composers around who would have been around in that part of the world at that kind of time, just to give a little flavour of the time and space, but not to draw you out of it and not to make you feel like it's pastiche music. Except, of course, for the drinking song in the bar, which is just a full-on Eastern European drinking song pastiche, but then that's kind of what's required there. For personal reasons so Anastasia, who's playing the cello in it, I got to record my oldest friend for that, who I've known since we were both 10. So I knew I was going to write that tune for him to play. And that was really nice to get to do something together again, because we haven't had that much chance to do things together since we were at school musically. That's probably my favourite one, just because I got to record it with Dave. Capture your reaction to the game in music. Whether the game requires some big emotional journey, whether it requires action music or just needs to make you feel cool when you finished it. If you honestly respond to that musically, then that's always going to be effective and affecting. The unique thing about music for games is that the music isn't finished until someone plays the game. You make the music, you record it, you put it together. The music itself isn't completely finished until someone plays it. whether they know it or not, that they're kind of steering the musical ship to its final resting place. There's a little repeated thing. So both Liza's Lullaby and Dragomir, both their melodies and themes start with 3 repeated notes, not the same rhythm. And the idea there was that although the melodies go off in different directions and they do different things throughout the game, the idea there was to link the 2 of them together and to just, both musical ideas are born from the same idea of 3 repeated notes in the same way that they are very connected without being spoilery.
Welcome to the audio deep dive for my game Angel. Angel is a rhythm racing adventure game set in the dying network of Echo. In this video, I'll discuss how audio is at the very core of Angel's mechanics. When building Angel, I began with a desire to imbue flow-state, high-speed racing with fast-paced and frenetic inputs. It might not be apparent in the gameplay, but I was actually very inspired by the fast input games like Tetris and combo input games like Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Of course, I wanted to marry this sort of gameplay with drum-focused rhythms and specifically a breakbeat Y2K era network aesthetic. In Angel, you play as a new AI learning model, instantiated into the dying network of Echo. The constant optimization of these AI algorithms has led to perfection in the network, and there is nothing left to learn. Therefore, the AI have begun to starve, and the network is experiencing its own extinction event, digital climate change. In your journey, the creation of new breakbeat patterns will bring much needed novelty to the stagnant network. But will this knowledge ignite a spark of renewal, or contribute to the ongoing optimized downfall? Let's talk about the specific mechanics in Angel. Firstly, your role in the network is to obtain as much data as you can. This is how you learn. You begin by connecting to the network. You have to tap along with the backbeats to connect to the network. Once you have tapped along with the backbeats for 2 bars, you will achieve connected status. When connected to the network, you will see the download speed increase and data begin to download. In the Echo network, there are multiple ways to explore and complete tasks. You can move both vertically and horizontally across layers in Echo. In many cases, you will need to switch up or down a layer to avoid obstacles and find hidden secrets. Verticality is an important part of exploration in Angel that introduces a new 3D platforming element to the arcade racing formula. Finally, we introduce the breakbeat rhythm mechanics of Angel. When you connect to the network, you download data, but in certain situations, you'll need to increase your download speed with combos. In Angel, we slowly teach the player new breakbeats, beginning with a drum and bass combo, awarding 5,000 kilobytes of data. After this, you can learn a 2-kick variation of the drum and bass combo, all the way up to a classic Amen break. At this point, I think it's clear how audio is at the core of Angel's rhythm mechanics. For Angel, I've built a specific drum-focused combo system from the ground up that lets me swap out different breakbeat patterns at different tempos and for different collaborating artists. I began by coding a beat counter. This beat counter takes in the audio from a song and its tempo. I can use this to generate bars of music data and specifically build out combos according to the current 8th note. I then created a class for input pairs, which simply takes an input as an integer and aligns it with an eighth note. Using this input pair system, I created a combo scriptable object that houses a list of expected eighth notes and expected inputs. Using the backbeats combo as an example, the combo is highlighting that input 3 will occur on the 3rd and 7th eighth note. Then, I can use this combo scriptable object in tandem with the beat counter system to check the current eighth note in a given bar, and whenever it aligns with an expected eighth note, other game systems can trigger. Rather than aligning with MIDI, I have used this system as a purpose-built, modular way to generate and keep track of complex input combos. These combos are separate from the tempo of the song, making for flexible rearrangements for multiple different songs. Here, you can see me playing a song with a drum and bass combo. But if I change the song, now I have a song with multiple different combos, starting with a drum and bass combo and including a D beat to complete the 4-bar pattern. When we put it all back together again, we end up with a high-speed, 3D platforming racer imbued with unique, drum-focused rhythm mechanics. Audio is at the core of this experience, weaving in a soundtrack of breakbeat enthusiasts from around the world, while slowly teaching the player how to play and write these beats, both in-game and in real life. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here today, you can try it for yourself in the Angel Alpha demo, available now on Steam.
And we're back. Starstruck Hands of Time, which actually released, I think a month ago, is on its first sale post-launch. Fruitbus also released like a week ago, so it's still on its launch sale. And Shapez 2 is on sale. Tiny Bookshop, Cabernet, Angel, they all have demos available. What are we watching next, Kate?
Coming up next is Into the Grid, a cyberpunk roguelike deck builder. Non-Fungible Trauma has prepared a DJ concert featuring the game's soundtrack. Following that is Dungeons of Hinterberg, an action-adventure blending alpine exploration and monster slaying with a look into its adventurous soundtrack by Marcus and David. After that, we've got Dice Gambit by Chromatic Inc., a strategy RPG where dice rolls decide your fate, along with a deep dive into its tense score. Up next is Morgan Metal Detective, a charming exploration game with a look into its orchestral soundtrack. Then there is Fish Game by Shell in a Pit Games and Creative Inc. Games, which is, you guessed it, an immersive fishing simulator, where we'll dive into its tranquil sounds. We'll wrap this section up with Tavern Talk by Gentle Troll Entertainment, a cozy visual novel set in a bustling medieval tavern with focus on its warm, old world inspired music. Don't forget, we're also giving away keys of our featured games. We have over 40 games for all of you watching right now, so make sure to sign up in the form, we'll link it in the chat. We'll take some of the winners right now as well. Hope you have a good time!
Hi, we're Markus and David from Wobbler Sound, and we made the music and sound design for Dungeons of Hinterberg. Today we're going to talk about how the music and also the sound design in the game came to life.
Dungeons of Hinterberg is an action-adventure RPG set in the wonderful Austrian Alps. You play as Luisa, where you explore the world around Hinterberg and try to uncover its secrets. When we started working on Dungeons of Hinterberg, we tried to find a unique music style. We tried different approaches that we discussed with the dev team. We ended up with influences coming from ambient, indie, 80s wave and indie-tronica. We also added elements of traditional Austrian instruments to give it some local color. You will also visit a lot of magical places. The music will accompany this with more abstract sounding elements. We used instruments ranging from accordion, horns, dulcimer to guitars and synthesizers. And also, out of this world, Alp horns.
We tried to capture this variety of the game elements also in the music. Besides your regular gameplay, like exploring dungeons or fighting mythical monsters, you will also do things like
hang out at the local Wirtshaus,
meet fellow adventurers at the top of a mountain,
or relax at the spa.
So all these locations and gameplay elements have their own musical approach, ranging from ambient to driving, from funny to dark and mysterious.
Dungeons of Hinterberg consists of 4 different biomes, each with their corresponding dungeons. In the overworlds, we wanted to underline the naturalistic feel of the environment. So we decided to go with an organic instrumentation. There the music is also more ambient, leaving enough space for the sound effects and ambience. All music tracks that can happen within a biome, like explore, battle, relaxation, are written in the same key and tempo. They also share a part of the instrumentation. This way we can switch easily between those game states.
We tried to capture the detailed visual world also in the sound effects, placing lots and lots of audio objects in the scenes. Having the Alps literally around us gave us plenty of material to work with. Let's take a look at a combat situation. Transitions into and out of a combat happen very quickly, but are also contained since you can't run away or leave a fight at any time.
While in the overworlds the music is mostly organic, within the dungeons the music switches to synthetic sounds that feel more mysterious and dark. In the mines the music is percussive and mellow. In the ice caves we used a lot of crystalline elements.
It was great to design all these different sounds, ranging from realistic to all-out magic. You can use a lot of different skills in combat that the audio will react dynamically to. To enhance certain combat mechanics, the music will get EQ'd and ducked, whilst the SFX will get extra reverberant and delayed.
There are also many other audible details that you can discover throughout the game.
At skill shrines, you can hear a dedicated track accompanied by a nice magical sound effect.
At certain spots you can just relax, lean back and enjoy the landscape and a soothing ambient track.
You will enter dungeons through magical portals, underlined by a musical cue, also featuring one of my favorite sounds in the game.
Racing down the mountain with your hoverboard is accompanied by drums and guitars, which are dynamically added to the music.
Or your local monster club's beatbox that blares out lo-fi beats in sync to the overworld track.
Now we want to show you the social aspect of Dungeons of Hinterberg. After a long day hiking and fighting, you will spend your evenings in the town. There you can stroll around, get new gear and most importantly, meet and hang out with the locals and other adventurers. Each date has its own mood and location. The played tracks are selected depending on who you meet, where you meet, and also the mood. While some scenes are funny and light-hearted, others will have a darker and more mysterious tone.
And you will also encounter various bosses. Each boss has its own unique theme, which is musically tied to the related dungeon biome.
That's it from us. Thanks so much for listening. Dungeons of Hinterberg and our soundtrack are already out on various platforms.
We wish you a happy remaining Safe and Sound Festival. Enjoy your stay and slay in Hinterberg and its dungeons. Bye!
Hi, my name is Paul Cunha, also known as Remagic. I am the producer and music composer behind the original soundtrack of Dice Gambit. I specialized in the genre of music called fado, which is a type of traditional Portuguese folk music, which I mix with modern genres such as hip-hop, EDM, glitch hop, etc. My idea was to create a soundtrack that was as original as possible. Instead of sampling famous artists and songs, I decided to create my own samples for Dice Gambit. And to do so, I brought to my studio some friends and artists as a guitarist, a bassist, and a fado singer. After long hours of recording, jam session, composition, I had a lot of material to create this original soundtrack. After all the recordings came the time to experiment, sampling, improvise and work a lot with some crazy wild ideas, because the soundtrack don't live only on guitar, bass and vocals. I had to compose, create arrangements, choose the best drum rhythms and percussion rhythms, harmonies, arpeggios, pianos, violins, other type of guitars, wherever. And this was the best part and where the best ideas came from. For example, in this project file, we have the song of Nova Family or Nova Offices, like this. This is the first verse. And then here we have the chorus. But the song started at single one point. This moment here. This simple sample corresponds to a single part of the entire recording session. I will show you a little bit more of the original sample. This sample is performed at the beginning of the game also, but we used only one moment of this session. This one. And 3, 2, 1. So we cut it here. And we started the whole song from here, adding elements and other parts of the recording session, other different parts to create the different parts of the whole music. In this case, the bass and the drum kick. Drum kick is here. And then the rest of the drums. Some background effects. And here we go. What essentially I tried, which I think I achieved well, was to combine and mix the elegance and depth of Portuguese guitar with the informality and style of hip-hop beats, EDM and other urban and modern rhythms. Fado is a Portuguese musical style and has great cultural value for the Portuguese people. Fado, which was developed mainly in Lisbon at the end of 19th century. It is usually sung by one person, the fado singer in this case, accompanied by a classical guitar and a Portuguese guitar. The most frequently sung themes in fado are longing, nostalgia, jealousy, short stories from the daily of typical neighborhoods, and bullfights. Some of best well-known vocals, for example, are Amália, Carlos do Carmo, Ana Moura, Cabernet, among others. As a Portuguese hip-hop producer and beatmaker, I have closely observed and been involved in the dev of hip-hop in Portugal. And I can say that the Portuguese beatmaking community, where I'm including myself, has always had the sensitive to remix and sample and use elements of its own culture. And from there, a kind of derivation of boom bap was born in Portugal. And as a lover of hip-hop and fado, this is precisely what I specialized in, hip-hop and lo-fi fado beats.
Dice Gambit is a strategy RPG where you shape and lead your own noble family of monster-hunting inquisitors. And set in this near-Renaissance setting inspired by Southern Europe. There's these sun-kissed, winding streets filled with vespers and gelato shops next to knights in commercially branded armor fighting monsters with swords, magic, and even technology. It's a lot of worlds colliding, new meets the old, so to speak. Paulo's music is a perfect fit for this book. The Portuguese heritage of Fado seamlessly blends with the traditional Saga setting, while all the contemporary music genres bridge the gap to all the modern elements. Our world can be quite weird at times, and the juxtaposition between new and old are connected and bridged through the music, creating a more cohesive whole. I think without it, many of the disparate elements would easily feel out of place. A big part of the game's world, both mechanically and thematically, are the three major noble families which rule it. Each family controls their own distinct section of the city, has their own distinct classes for the players to unlock, and of course play their own role in the game's story. They even all represented in the game's core dice as a fundamental action for the players to take in combat. As such, each family needed their own sound in the music as well.
I try to create the songs according to the elements that characterize each family to create the most direct correspondence possible between the music and the visual elements on the screen.
So each family was given their own distinct modern genre which is infused with the Fado music. For instance, the Nova family, which is the most technological family residing in the game's high-rise office, were given EDM as their musical identity.
And when I started this game, the idea was just to make boom bap beats, hip hop beats, only this kind of beats. But since Dice Gambit is so rich in detail, in visual and mechanical elements, I was sure that we could take the Portuguese guitar and this game to new horizons, into another level. Hence the diversity of rhythms and musical genres present in this entire OST.
These families are each disrupting the natural state of the world in some way or another, and their influence is felt in the music as their sound clashes, incorporates, and alters the bass Fado samples which underline the entire soundtrack. The Fado music ends up representing the natural state of the world and the soul of its people, which the families all vying to alter in their favor. We believe that the history of Fado and what it represents is a great fit with this type of story and the role it plays in our game.
I'm very happy to be able to share with you a brief glimpse into the story of Fado along with this soundtrack that we are making. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you.
If you'd like to know more, you can find and play a demo on Steam. And even more importantly, you can check out Paulo and hear some of his amazing other beats on YouTube at KV Music Beats. Links to his socials are all on the screen. Thank you so much for tuning in.
I missed you, Morgie Moo.
I missed you too.
That's Grandpa's old metal detector. How about you go try it out around Glaston?
If you find any litter while you're at it, you should take it to Senna's trading post. Cash for trash.
Have you been losing things too, Sally? The island. It's dying. Help me.
Clicks from, sorry, clicks we'll do from bar 3, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go in.
Oh yeah, sorry, Quentin. In 41, the flute and the clarinet, just a bit more shaping on the second note when it's
You want
coming.
more clearly that it
Yeah.
to the 2 notes.
Exactly.
Yeah, a little less glued together. But the phrasing was beautifully intended. Here we go.
Here it comes.
Thanks, that was great. Yeah. Okay.
Hi everybody, my name is Gordon McGladdery. I am the studio director of A Shell in the Pit Audio and A Shell in the Pit Games. We are a game audio company that has worked on games such as Five Nights at Freddy's, or the last 3 installments of it, Untitled Goose Game, Night in the Woods, Pacific Drive, Little Kitty Big City, Rogue Legacy 1 and 2, and over 60 titles. We've been around for a while. We love what we do. And we used our game audio money to fund the development of our own game, which is Fish Game. It is a freshwater home aquarium simulator, the best of its kind. We've gone very deep with the science and the behavior simulation and the plant growth simulation, and have kept it fun. That was number one goal, was to keep it fun. It came out last October. We've got a 93% positive review score on Steam. If you like pet sims, if you like nature, if you like life sims, if you like anything that's underwater, if you like The Sims, we basically wanted to make The Sims with fish, but more science. So go take a look. It's on sale for Save and Sound. I believe it's the steepest discount we've done since release. And yeah, we're making it in partner with Smarter Every Day, the YouTube channel, and our developer pals, Creative Inc. Today, I am going to be mastering a track as quickly as possible and showing my process. 10 minutes is not a long time to master a track, especially if you're talking about, usually mastering is going to be for the whole album, and I can't do that in this amount of time, but I can show my general thought process and learnings and a few of the plugins and things like that. So I think we can get this track from a raw, unmastered state to a generally shippable state in 10 minutes. So let's go. So this is a track from Caravello. We have 3 artists on Fish Game: Caravello, Larissa Okada, who did the music for Manifold Garden and worked at Bungie for a long time, and myself. So the first thing I do is I want to run through a rich part of the track and then view it in my spectral analyzer to see like where frequency buildup might be happening. Are there any spikes? Is anything underrepresented? And then my goal in mastering is going to be to smooth that out a bit without pushing things down so much that they, you know, are inaudible or buried in the mix. First thing we're noticing is that the bass is too loud. So I'm gonna hop into the mastering chain and use a multi-band compressor with pretty steep Q on the side. So that's between 50 and 100. 50 and 100 making, this is, okay, so it's quite narrow. And the bass notes are mostly the same, but I think it's actually the kick that is a lot longer than the bass itself. So I'm gonna find out with my threshold, where are the bass notes and where's the kick? Because I don't want the kick that much louder than the bass. Make sure that our attack is catching it. Might bump up the ratio a bit. And get a pretty aggressive range. You'll see a lot of mastering tutorials that are like, really fine-tooth combing things and just tiny little adjustments here and there. That's not how I do it, but I'm also, you know, I'm not a mastering engineer. That's not what people pay me to do. I write music and I happen to wind up mastering a lot of albums. So I mastered the Pacific Drive soundtrack. I master all my own stuff. I mastered the I Was a Teenage Exocolonist soundtrack. I really enjoy it. Like, I have fun. And those multi-artist soundtracks can be quite challenging, actually, because everybody's mixing in different ways. Some people are delivering things that are already mastered. Some people are delivering things raw. So you can see that this control is working quite well. I'm also going to bump it globally a little bit. We're starting to get a bit of a nicer curve here. It's not poking out way, way, way up. This plugin used to have just this button used to clear it, so you didn't have to open the settings to decay. There's probably a smarter way to do this. I don't know. Let's get back to that bassy part. Okay, not bad. Next thing I'm going to do, these are the lead keys here, so I don't want to go too nuts on them. They are supposed to stand out. Get another band happening. I will give a little bit of space for the attack of the key to get through. But you can see that some frequencies are poking out more than others. So that's 200 to 500. Put this up a little bit. Set the range, not nearly as aggressive as the bass. And I want to catch these lower notes more than the higher frequencies. So I'm actually going to make this curve a little less aggressive. Right around the 200. The 200 is the offending note. So we should be controlling that more now. How's my time? Almost 6 minutes. Okay, we're doing good. Come on, bass. Okay, great. You can see our curve is getting a little more flat. If this was a modern sound that I wanted to be really clean, I would aim for like pretty like flatness across there. The slope's at +3. And the next thing we're going to do is boost the 1K to, or I guess like the 500 to 5K range. I don't want to go too crazy with the high end because it is like a lo-fi soundtrack. I want this cue to be kind of the opposite of that other one. We want more happening on the high end than on the low end. You can see how much more character that brought out, turning that band up. Here, I might bring the bass down a bit more. Okay, super. Also the first thing that I had done is I turned the whole file up because it was delivered like quite quiet. Turned it up 10 dB before we even started any processing. And our goal is going to be to get this loudness meter to -14. So I'm going to use a tiny bit of one of these magic plugins called Wildfrost that is basically doing the same thing that I was doing manually with the multi-band compressor. So it's taming frequencies that are a bit overrepresented and recovering, meaning adding frequencies that are underrepresented. And if I cranked these, we would see our analyzer go pretty flat. So that's what it's doing. Okay, great. So we can hear the before and after. Here's before. It's not a bad mix. Like we're not making huge changes. Here's after. A little more balanced. And then the final step, and I'm gonna turn down OBS for this part, is to get our loudness. So, Ozone Maximizer has this awesome feature where it'll listen and it will set the loudness for you, so you're hitting that -14 LUFS point. Normally I'd be playing the entire song rather than just a section, which I suppose I can do now that I've done my spectral stuff. And then I'll usually let the song run 1 or 2 times, and often this will get right to -14. So right now it's turning things up way too much because it's during a quiet part of the song. It'll figure it out over time. Okay, I got 40 seconds left. I'm going to guess where it needs to be, and I think it's about -7.6. And that is a mastered song. Before, I'll turn it back up again, a little smidge. Before, after. I think my guess is going to be pretty close here. Anyways, I gotta go. Bye, Fish Game. See you later.
Hi there, my name is Filippo. I'm working on the music for Tavern Talk. I'm a big fan of the genre and I wanted to create a soundtrack for a game like this since forever. To portray the cozy and charming tavern as well as their even more charming characters, I'm opting to use a lot of plucked instrument sounds, which I just love playing. And I hope you enjoy this little preview of some of the instruments we'll be using for maximum magical coziness.
There's a calling on the wind beneath the talk of the keep. I've heard the tale, set the sails, now it's time for me to leave. But my feet stay at the door, unsure of what's ahead. It's a path I haven't taken, steps I've never tread. But if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Cities made of glass, past the forms of sleeping dragons. No day is like the last, never know what will happen. I was drowning in my doubt, but I learned to swim the deep. A chasm of fear, but I still took the leap. And if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. There's a calling on the wind dragging me back home. My quest has led me far, now it's time to leave the road. I'll pull up a chair, rest this weary heart, and I'll tell my story from the start. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
And we're back! Into the Grid, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Dice Gambit and Morgan Metal Detective have a demo for you to try. And Fish Game and Tavern Talk are both on sale. What do we have next, Hans?
Well, before the games, we're giving away some keys to the forum throughout the evening. We just picked some winners right now, actually, and we'll be tagging them as we go further onto the showcase. So make sure that your notifications are active. This next block is actually sponsored by Audiokinetic, the leading provider of cross-platform audio solutions for interactive media and gaming. They're also the creators of audio solutions like the award-winning Wise and Strata multi-track sound effect library. People in games might have heard those names before. And for any of you sound designers or audio people out there right now, Audiokinetic is actually giving away a Strata license right now. So with Strata, you'll have everything you need for infinite customization, whether that's clips, tracks, unrendered effects, and source files. We'll include the giveaway link to the forum in the chat right now. So thank you to Audiokinetic for allowing us to do a 4th edition of Save and Sound. Next up, we have some pretty heavy hitters. We have Cult of the Lamb, who will be showcasing a nice little musical piece. Then we have Starbirds, the game made by the creators of Dwarf Romantic in collaboration with Cursegats. And after that, Necesse will be showcasing an orchestral performance on the recently overhauled OST. Then we'll have a combined piece showcasing audio and music from Pathologic 3 and Quasimorph. And finishing up this block, we'll have Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, with a deep dive on audio, history, and storytelling. How do you pronounce Cursegat?
Cursgesat.
Enjoy!
Hey, it's your boy, Riverboy.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me on Safe and Sound. I really appreciate it. I had a bunch of fun making this song. So the song that I chose to record is called Start a Cult. And it was actually the first song that... This was like early on. It was the first song that I made that I think made it into the game. And I remember I was sending a bunch of stuff at this point in time. I was sending like heaps of different melodies through. I was sending heaps of different kind of instrumentation through. I was sending heaps of different songs through. And this was the first one when everyone was like, "Oh yeah, that fits. That's the sound of the game." And so it influenced me. It was a good guide. It was like a touchstone for the rest of the music, at least for the bass segment of the game. So yeah, if you played the game, there's kind of two main segments. There's the bass section, and then there is the like dungeon crawling. And the bass section, I think I would call it kind of like a lo-fi hip hop. It's kind of, yeah, I would call it lo-fi hip hop, I guess, is the closest genre if I had to pick. The other thing, so I have like a kind of a bunch of an assortment of random instruments that are all in different keys, and so like I have a bunch-story flute that's in F, and then my tongue drum is in E, and my harmonica I think is in A, but I wanted to play them all, so I just kind of would pitch shift the whole song, record the melodies, and then pitch shift the instrument into the right key, if that makes sense. So yeah, you might notice like a little bit of kind of weird sounding aliasing stuff, but hopefully you can't notice. Yeah, hope you enjoy it.
boom.
Starbirds, coming to a solar system near you. Wishlist now on Steam.
Hi everyone, I'm Rune, the composer of Necesse. To celebrate Necesse being part of the Save and Sound Festival, I've had the pleasure of putting together something extra special for you all. Performed by Ensemble Hermes, here are the best soundtracks from Necesse on strings. Enjoy.
Hey, I'm Reza from Gaming Audio. Our team has been working on Pathologic 3 with the very legendary Vasily Kashnikov and his apprentice Nikolai. This video will feature some of the audio stuff we've made together. Thank you Bedtime Digital Games for making this festival happen. Our goal regarding audio direction was to give the player the real experience of being in an epicenter of an epidemic. Fully realistic, no bullshit. So we are obviously shooting this video in the town. We realized pretty early that the game was quite different from the original Pathologic 2 because of the time travel mechanics. So for the prototype we built the time travel machine, which appeared to be quite useful to record some source sounds and make this video in just half a second using the existing technology. Let's start with the music.
Hi, I'm Vasily Kashnikov, audio director of Pathologic 3 project. I'll tell you how our music is structured. We were already thinking about how the Bachelor's game would sound when we were working on Pathologic 2 and writing music for Haruspix. In Pathologic 2, the music had more ethnic, unreal motifs and instruments. Since the city and its customs are familiar with Haruspix since he was a child, he is involved in the traditional way of life. In the case of Pathologic 3, this is the view of an outsider who evaluates everything from the point of view of rationality and science. Therefore, we are trying to make the Pathologic 3 soundtrack colder and more detached from the steps and ethnicity in character. There is more synthesis, guitars at the same time. The Bachelor communicates with Zeus in power, so the soundtrack also contains a large share of minimalist so-called furniture music that could sound in the salons of the beginning of the last century, piano etudes and references to composers of that time, Satie, Debussy, etc. Thus, our soundtrack is a rather eclectic mix of trip-hop, down-tempo, ambient and minimalism. In the city, when the Bachelor is alone with himself, we emphasize the cold mind of the rhythm section, less emotional harmony and sometimes electronic timbres. In the rooms where we need to separate the main character from those he interacts with, we use more expressive harmonies and more classical instruments, piano and guitar passages. When we designed the interactive music system, we assumed that time is finite, and the music had to change depending on the amount of time the Bachelor had left. However, we later abandoned this system, and now the music changes depending on the state of the Bachelor himself, who can fall into apathy or psychosis. To emphasize these states, we apply filters and effects to different layers of our tracks and get a slower, muffled sound in the case of apathy and vice versa, nervous, glitchy in the case of psychosis. In the infected and rebellious quarters, there are also interactive systems that... Oh my god, Natalia, please stop this!
Whoops, sorry. But yeah, basically the audio system we created reflects everything we hear in the game, such as...
If we use our gun when dealing with the local thugs, the longer we aim the weapon at the people, the less sounds of the outside world we hear, and the louder becomes the heartbeat. To add the intensity, shepherd tone was used along with a high-pitched tinnitus sound. If the psychosis level goes to the maximum, it starts to damage Bachelor's health, which is accompanied by flashes on the screen, as well as low heartbeat and short breathing sounds.
In the infected and rebellious quarters, there are also interactive systems that change the character of the music by adding or disabling instrumental layers depending on the state of the world or the Bachelor's equipment to fight the plague. As a result, we have 12 tracks for each day spent in the city. They can freely switch between each other and several dozen other themes for locations and characters, and all the music is subject to change depending on the state of the Bachelor.
Since the game has the weather changing system, we also wanted to reflect that in our audio feedback as well. The game has global wetness parameter that shows how intense the rain is. The more it rains, the more squishy and muddy are the steps on the outside surfaces. Moreover, if you come closer to the window, you can hear the rain pondering on the glass. Because even in the middle of the plague, we always have some room for cozy moments, right? My favorite part of that system, and it's a bit of an Easter egg by the way, is about the cows. So when it's raining, you can actually hear a very, very subtle sound of raindrops dropping on those bovine butts. And I personally think it's beautiful.
To create the actual sounds for the bovine butts, we hired our best ASMR sound designer.
Hi, my name is Artur, and I was also involved in creating some sound assets for the game.
Probably the hardest thing to record were the footsteps. I had everything planned out, bought the equipment, gathered every type of surface, but there was one small thing I overlooked. I live in a city with over 12 million people. Noise everywhere. The solution was simple and genius. I recorded everything on a Sunday, because in Buenos Aires, Sunday is the one day when nobody does anything.
One of the most important places in the game is the cathedral. There we have a system of ladders that control the speed and the direction of time. Direction-wise, we can have it flow normally or reversed.
She's super professional.
As for the speed, we can make the time stand still, go twice as fast, or with the half of the normal
A little
speed.
faster, please.
We created an audio system that helps players to understand what is actually happening around. When we reverse time, spatial effects are added to the surrounding sounds. Ambience, steps, and the mechanism itself. When the time stands still, we increase the low frequencies in the ambience, and all the other sounds are muted to 0. And lastly, when the time goes twice as fast, or with the half of the original speed, the pitch of the surrounding sounds changes accordingly. The coolest part of this system is that it's been actually implemented into the game engine using only one parameter.
Thank you for watching. See you here later.
part of understanding Mexico City and our history was by really looking to our city from different perspectives, and that has been an absolute joyride.
Hello there, I'm Mike Fortu.
Hi, I'm Carlos Ramirez. I'm a music composer and producer,
part of the music and sound team of Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber. So making music for video games is really different from making music for film because it is conditional. I think music for video games, logically and mathematically, as a musician, makes you grow.
So when we started doing the research, we found a lot of very interesting aspects that we wanted to cover.
Definitely made me learn a lot more history on this post-revolutionary period.
And one of the things that really caught our attention is that whenever we think of a period of time in a particular culture, we think of one music genre or two. But when you start doing the research, you find out that it's not like that.
We went so far with the historic research team that I definitely learned a lot more.
And the research became kind of like an obsession to find every detail of our history through music and sound.
It's really important for us to use authentic and record real sounds.
And that was a very interesting task. It was a set of, creativity meets opportunity. We discovered new sounds. We learned from something from our history. How would that sound 100 years ago? Specifically, Mexico City sounds like absolute chaos that somehow works together.
One of the things that I enjoyed the most was bringing to life the Mexican Historic Center. It's a plaza called Zócalo.
It is a unique soundscape that we have covered in so many different ways in the game.
Which we used more than 600 sound effects. Craziness, loudness. Is this super live plaza where you have animals, discussions, parades.
We wanted all the mumble and the wall of conversation that is going on in the city, but at the same time we wanted the textures of the clothes, the textures and sounds of birds and nature.
That's how it actually is nowadays, but we had to recreate this in the 1920s. So getting this sonic experience for that level was a super big challenge.
So we went and did like a lot of research, also scouts to walk the city and to feel the city with that kind of perspective in mind, of learning and creating sounds that were like natural in the sonic landscape that was Mexico 100 years ago. While telling the story in a video game and also trying to tell a story from a particular set of time in our country, we had to face a lot of decisions when making the music.
We wanted to stay apart from having rules in all the levels or something.
So part of doing the score was to understand which parts of the history we wanted to represent in another way or to leave as they were. And that gave us like an agency on the creative decisions. So making the music from Mexico 1921 was taking a lot of the influence from Revueltas, from Ponce.
What we do have, it's a main theme that it's spread all over the tracks, diversing and fighting against the antagonist theme, which we can call it's the corruption. The prosecution has its own theme. So you can hear in the soundtrack that we go to the main theme, and somehow, somewhere, it starts getting corrupted, the same track, you know, the corruption theme is there.
Every time they listen to the music, we're not telling them how to feel, we're asking them, how do you feel about it? And based on the decisions they take in the game, they feel from one way to another and they're transformed in a way. So it's kind of like a sound alchemy that we're doing when we're scoring. So being a modern composer means that we use different tools and VSTs and, you know, sampling and all this stuff that is part of our everyday routine. And not every day and not every project evolves into something as a live act.
Being there performing with those amazing musicians, it was speechless for me.
It was so rewarding to actually accomplish something that other musicians could play and that we could play with them.
And yes, technology has led us to have amazing tools to work with, but blending that with authentic human emotion, and it was just an amazing experience.
Participating in projects that have a strong cultural representation such as this one changes the narrative.
I learned how important art was back then and how important it was to have a transition to the Mexico we know.
I think that's exactly what we're doing. We're telling stories, but this time we're telling our story. Story that represents us as a culture, as a country.
There's this line from Un Sueño Profundo, one of the tracks, that says, "The courage that demands being together." And we think that we're always gonna find adversity, whether it's corruption, darkness, prosecution, and the only way to fight it is being together as Mexicans, as artists, as a community. So we wanted to show that also in the music.
Welcome back, everyone. Starbirds is available for wishlist. Pathologic 3 is also available for wishlist. Necesse is on sale. Quasimorph is on sale. So please go check out all of those games. We have selected winners for some Steam keys. We'll tag them in chat, so please slide into our DMs. This is our last hosting segment of the evening, which actually means this is the last time that you're seeing us today. But I hope that we'll be leaving you with some cool things to watch. What do we have next, Kate?
Next up is Keylocker, turn-based cyberpunk action by Munana, a futuristic rhythm JRPG where music is power. We'll have the pleasure of listening to some of these singing to their electronic soundtrack. Following that is the recently released Europa, a beautiful adventure set on a lush, terraformed moon, where we'll learn more about its calming and atmospheric musical score. Coming up next is Great God Grove by Limbo Lane, a humorous puzzle adventure where we'll dive into the sound and music with Louis Zong and Tommy McVaney. Then we will get to see Ultros, a psychedelic Metroidvania, and their beautiful performance of the mind-bending soundtrack by Bjorn Risberg and Red Vader.
And then after that, we will be checking out the audio and music design of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Then we'll watch a little chat on Rift of the Necrodancer and how that process came about. And we'll finish out our show today with a deep dive and piano performance by Boyfriend Dungeon and Caves of Cud, respectively. By the way, we have selected a winner for the Elgato giveaway, and we'll have production tag them in chat.
Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through incredible games and their captivating soundtracks and audio design. We are honored to be able to share all these wonderful pieces with you. A big thank you to all the musicians and all the developers and composers. And of course, also thank you to our sponsors, Lurkit, Elgato, Audio Kinetic, for making this event possible. And thank you to Aiko Partners and Neon Niroshi for the marketing help. But most importantly, thank you, the viewers, for watching the show. Tomorrow we'll be back again at 7 p.m. CET, 10 a.m. Pacific, with another live show. See you then.
Bye-bye.
was born on Earth, but I think I have been homesick for Europa my whole life. By the time you read this, I'll be gone, and the world will look very different from how it does now. But the island should still be there. They built this thing to last. Come to the island if you ever get lonely. Come here and think of me.
My name's Matthew Thomason and I compose the music for Europa. Predominantly I work in film, theatre, I work with a lot of choreographers and I also compose classical piano music and tour that as a composer and pianist. This is my first foray into working in the world of games and yeah, it's been a heck of a journey. When the Europa project was starting to come to life, Alex sort of suggested to me that I'd be a really good fit for the soundtrack, and because it needed that kind of cinematic feel and a lot of pathos and emotion, which I'm kind of used to doing. So the first time I met Helder, he was so passionate about the project. He was sort of talking me through almost every zone of the game in the first meeting and talking about his vision, how he imagines the music will play into the game, and he's got a really good idea of what he wants the music to be, certainly what kind of emotions he wants to provoke, and we were on the same page right from the start, and we both kind of agreed that the important aspect is this hero's journey and how can we make that as cinematic as possible, and really take the player on that journey with Z. And yeah, we put a lot of heart and emotion into the music.
Over the years of working on Europa, I was using library music as a placeholder to try and convey the emotion that I wanted each of the zone and each of the different levels to have. This was super useful and super helpful for me and for everybody in the team, and it helped us in like those early playtests to establish the foundation and the mood for the game. But we always felt that in our hearts that we were probably going to need a really good composer to help bring everything together. That's when Alex from Future Friends Games reached out and said, hey, look, I know somebody local here in Cornwall. He's done TV, film, and theater before, and he's really looking to move into games. And looking at the vibe that you're going with the game, I think he would be perfect for this. And that's how we started. After our very first chat, we really connected immediately. His ethos, his passion for music, and the way that he explained the importance of connecting the music, the emotion of the music with the visual aspect to really convey and to really bring forth the emotion that you're trying to sell at the time.
So I'm based in Cornwall in the UK, which is quite a rural area. It's right at the far end, about as far as you can go into the corner of the UK. And in Cornwall there's a really thriving folk scene and a real heritage of folk music, so there's a lot of folk musicians here who I know, and I decided that I wanted to use as many of those people as I could on the soundtrack, so veering away from the more sort of traditional classical musician route, and some of these parts were kind of recorded in little stone cottages in the middle of nowhere, woolly jumpers on. It's quite damp in Cornwall, and yeah, it's got this real kind of humble process to recording all the parts. Ben Sutcliffe, who plays the violin, I had a lot of conversations with him about how lyrical we wanted to make the violin part, because that violin part in effect is sort of like the human aspect of Z. It's his voice, it's the human part of him that's coming through. Martin Skews, who plays flute on a few of the pieces. We really wanted to add an element of mystery about midway through the game, and Martin's done an absolutely incredible job of just creating this tension with the flute, and the flute has got this quite haunting effect on the soundtrack, which I'm really pleased with. I also work with Kath Buckler, who plays cello, and Kath's got an amazing ability to just hear a piece and know exactly what you want with it before you even tell her. So yeah, I'm really grateful that there's so many amazing musicians down here that I get to work with.
Matt's film and theater experience really shines through the work that he did for the game. The music he's created has really brought the world of Europa together. From the more tranquil and zen moments all the way to the more bombastic and cinematic moments we have in the game as well. It really complements Z's emotional journey. I just know that there's some really amazing melodies in the soundtrack that are going to stick in players' heads way after they finish the game.
And I've never played any of the Europa stuff at any of my concerts until very recently, and I decided on the night, I thought, you know, I'm just going to play it and see how audiences respond to it, because no one's heard this music. And I played a couple of pieces from the soundtrack, and yeah, lots of people loved it. I think they kind of got what I was trying to do. It's very lyrical music, it's very melodic, and yeah, lots of people could really relate to it, which was lovely. And I'm hoping to perform it a lot more in the future, maybe even the full soundtrack at some point. We'll see.
This soundtrack is everything I ever wanted for Europa and more, and I could not be more honored and thankful and happy to have had Matt scoring the soundtrack for Europa. Thank you, Matt.
Hey, I'm Louis Zong, and I'm an illustrator and musician, and also the composer for Great God Grove. I made a whole lot of music for this wonderful game, but right now I'll be doing a quick look at some of the leitmotifs I wrote for it. And then I'm going to hand it over to our amazing sound designer, Tony. So, without giving too much away, there are a number of different gods and characters, each with a different theming and melody, that we wanted to intertwine and reharmonize throughout. So, the very first thing I did when I started was to compose tiny melodies for each theme. The fun thing is, most of these inauspicious starts did end up being the basis of the final arrangements. Here's a few of those demos. You're going to have to play the game to see how these melodies pop up in other ways. Also, did you notice something about these songs? What's that? What's that note? Great God Grove, baby! Over to Tony.
Thanks, Louie. Tony McVaney here. I designed the squishy, bubbly, sucky, and squelchy sounds in the world of Great God Grove. There are a ton of delightful ear candies to be found throughout your adventure, but today I'm going to break down how I achieved the sound of the mighty Megapon's sucking mechanic, along with the thought process behind my decisions. First, let's take a look at Megapon. What do we see? It's very reminiscent of a megaphone. Let's keep that in mind for texture. We can see some sort of gauge suggesting there may be a little machinery moving around, possibly some sort of motor in there. There is a small coiled tube leading to your inventory. I'll have to make sure the pitch of the airflow is reflective of that. It looks like there are lips and teeth. Is this thing organic? I guess I'll source a sample from myself. All right, let's hop into Pro Tools and see what we have. Let's take a listen to the final sound before we break it open. Oh yeah, that sucks. But, like, in a good way. There are 3 main sound sources that make up Megapon's sucking. First up, we'll look at the motor sound I mentioned that I wanted to highlight. When you think of a motor running, you probably imagine parts rotating or pumping. With a little pitch shifting and automation, we can emulate that. I have a serum patch made by YouTuber Virtual Riot called Manual Rise and Fall 2. I've messed with the filter to shape the sound a bit, but the default rise and fall effect sounds like this. Sounds kind of like a siren. There's also a constant steady tone behind there as well. I'll mention that again soon. Now let's see what happens when we increase the rate of this rising and falling siren sound. Whoa, I don't know about you, but to me that sounds a lot like a small motor working hard, especially with the constant whir of that tone behind it. Speaking of, that whirring tone is prime for some pitch bending. And when we start a motor, we've got to rev it up to speed. So let's start the pitch a little lower and have it rise up to that sound we landed on. Nice. Now we'll add some automation to the timbre of the sound to give it more depth in the rev. A little compression and EQ for more body. And there we have it, a small motor running inside of Megapon. Now onto the airflow. I'm not exactly sure what Megapon is made of, but if it is organic like me, maybe some good old-fashioned inward whistling into my lungs could emulate air flowing through that small tube we saw earlier. I have a sample right here. Okay, I like that. I'm having two thoughts. One, I would love to have that airflow rotating through that motor we installed in Megapon to kind of glue the sounds together. And two, I can't suck in forever if the player holds down the suck button, so I gotta make this easily loopable. I've got it. I'll drop this sample into Omnisphere and use the arpeggiator to make it sound like it's quickly pumping. But I'm going to set it at a different rate than what I set Serum to give it a little separation. Oh, and since Megapon is very megaphone-esque, let's EQ our whistle to accentuate those radio speaker textures. Sounding more vacuum-like. Headed in the right direction. I do think that airflow needs to rev up as well. Another pitch bend, like we did earlier. And to make sure we don't lose that vacuum feel, I copied this layer and only pitch bent the new copy. Let's hear. So sucky. But I think we could use a little more oomph. Really make it sound like when Megapon sucks, Megapon sucks. I recorded another sample of myself sucking. This time more focused on the white noise of it rather than the whistle tone. Check it out. Omnisphere helped us before, so let's run it back. But this time we'll use a different method. I've dropped the sample into the granular synth function for some randomization. And instead of triggering just a single layer, I have multiple playing at different pitches to cover more of the frequency spectrum. Add a little saturation. This time we'll use a tremolo effect for the pumping. A couple layers of sub-synth filtering to bring up those wind-like rumbles. And a slight EQ. Again, we should rev this layer up. I chose to use Verify for this one. Then, I sent all the layers to a bus. Blended in a lower octave of everything to make it fuller. Slight EQ in the low mid, some dynamic EQ to even out frequencies, and a limiter to bring it all up to the proper volume. Let's listen to the final one more time. Haha, yep, still sucks. I hope you enjoyed our hang. Again, I'm Tony McVaney, aka Ergo. Thanks for listening, and happy sucking!
Hello, and welcome to this audio deep dive for Save and Sound. My name is Josh Bailey, I'm a solo developer, and today we're going to explore the sound of Bean Beasts. With this game, I took inspiration from my childhood consoles like the Mega Drive, NES, and Game Boy to try and mix some of that 16-bit charm with modern production. In this video, we'll have a look at some sound design and music, and then see how it's all managed within the game engine. These guys are Bean Beasts. They have unique cries for when they level up, or use abilities. There are two core elements I use to create these cries. First is a bit crunch distortion noise. The other is a soft hiss-like synth. Sticking to these creates consistency, as if they all speak the same language. Then we add layers depending on the creature design. It could be a screeching noise, or an animal sound, or the voice of a ghost. I like to layer sounds to make things sound richer and juicier. For example, let's have a listen to a defeated slime. Due to the nature of the game, a lot of sounds will be repeated frequently. So to keep things sounding more natural, I create multiple versions of each sound. For example, here are 3 variations of the ice spikes. I then adjust the pitch to add more variation to each sound. To help bring each biome to life, I create Atmos tracks that reflect the environment. In the caves you can hear a roar that foreshadows something later in the game. Most tracks start out as chords and a melody on the piano. I then block out my guide track. Then comes bass and drums. And then the lead and rhythm sections. Every track is mixed into 2 separate stems, which are then used to represent the 2 main game states. For the peaceful version, I strip back the percussion and soften the bass. This calm vibe communicates to players that it's time to build. When we hit play, the full mix fades back in. Each world also has 2 versions of the same song. During the earlier levels, the music is more upbeat and playful. As things become more dangerous, we switch to a darker remix. All sound in the game is mixed via the audio mixer in Unity. I prefer a simple setup with a few auxiliary channels, all feeding into the master output. I have 2 main channels, music and sound effects. Sound effects are then split into 4 substems: sounds, key sounds plus, and Atmos. This allows me to prioritize more important sounds, like player feedback and warnings. There are also plugins which allow me to adjust the music level through script when needed. During Endless mode, the density of sound can get a bit manic, so I created a filter which measures how many sounds are being played per second, and when the density gets too high, some lower priority sounds are skipped. When you have 40 impacts and explosions playing per second, it's unlikely a player will notice if some of them are missing. And that's all for today's deep dive. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to play Bean Beasts, there's currently a demo available on Steam, where you can also add it to your wishlist. You're also welcome to come have a chat with us on Discord. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Bye!
My name's Nicholas, and I've been doing sound design professionally for 10 years, I think, 10, 11 years. A lot of video games, a lot of TV shows and movies, documentaries, and also some upcoming projects that I can't talk about, unfortunately. But maybe we can talk about that next year. So for Survivor, it was pretty obvious from the get-go that we couldn't take the original sounds and cram them into this game. Mostly because the gameplay is so different, and the pace of the game is very different as well. And of course, we've got a whole different perspective. We're working with an isometric perspective instead of a first person. Once you reach some of the later levels, you quickly realize that you've got hundreds of bullets flying across the screen at all times. So it was pretty obvious that we needed to redesign a lot of these sounds to make them fit this sort of gameplay. I tried out making some really subtle sounds to begin with because I was afraid that the game would end up being just like a noisy mess. And then I slowly evolved the sounds into something a bit more powerful and more aggressive. So it was a bit of an iterative process of me going from something very quiet to something very aggressive. So what I do for each project that I work on is that I try to create a unique sound library for each video game or each movie that I work on in order to have like bespoke sounds that fit this universe that I'm working in. So instead of just diving deep into like pre-made sound libraries, it's a lot more fun to really create a template of sounds that are unique to this project. And what I've done specifically for this project is that I've used a bunch of sort of weird microphones. I have these two devices here in front of me. This one is pretty known. It's called the Electroschluch, I believe. It's really fascinating. It's a device for electromagnetic listening, and it allows you to listen to the words of electromagnetic fields. So if I were to turn it on and put it up against my phone, it will pick up the electromagnetic field around the phone. And this is really useful for like creating very digital sounds, for instance, UI sounds. It's such a fascinating thing to dive into, like a world of sounds that you can't hear. I find that really fascinating. None of these sounds that this picks up are something that our ears can hear. We need like a device to translate these sounds for us, and I find that really, really exciting. And then I have this other device. This looks very like homemade. It is a device that picks up light. So if I took my laser pointer here, I don't know if you can see it, and if I shine it through maybe like a bottle of water, there's lots of like bubbles in it. If I do like this, you'll hear the sound of the laser getting dispersed in the water and then picked up by this device, and it creates these really otherworldly bubbly sounds that are super cool for like explosions. These have been my two main sweetener devices that I have used, and I simply can't live without them now. Of course, if you do listen to like the raw recordings made of with these devices, they might not sound that interesting, but it's what you can like get out of them afterwards using a whole bunch of plugins and weird tools. All right, what we're listening to now is a sound coming from a light source shining through a bowl of water, which is being shaken by a subwoofer. All I've done to it is I've pitched it down a bit, and I've denoised it slightly. And as mentioned, what I always do is I try to create bespoke sound libraries for the projects that I work on, and I never delete anything. Even though I might end up with hours and hours of just recordings of me fiddling around with knobs and plugins, there's always a lot of inspiration to find in those old recordings. But of course, if you do this, 95% of what you end up making won't make the cut. And most of it might not even seem like it's worth saving. That's not true though, because you can always find inspiration in old recordings, and years from now you'll be working on a project and all of a sudden you'll think to yourself, what was that one cool sound that I did 5 years ago. And then boom, you've got it right there, saved in your old sound library, created for this one project. Old recordings will always come in handy at one point or another. I love messing around with plugins. There are 2 plugins that I would like to highlight here. One is Snap Heap by Kilohertz. Snap Heap is pretty much like having a modular system right at your fingertips. It's such an inspirational tool, and you can spend hours creating patches. The other plugin I would like to highlight is Traveler, made by Toonstorm. It is the best Doppler plugin there is. It sounds amazing compared to pretty much every single other Doppler effect, and it's intuitive to use. It's easy to use. This plugin will add life to any sound that you put through it. I use it quite a lot. So after adding even more plugins and resampling and adding more effects and layers, you end up with some really nice sweeteners that will fit sci-fi explosions pretty well. I really like hiding messages in sounds. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure, I think. It's kind of like putting your finger prints all over the place in a way. And I've hidden sounds of my at that point unborn child's heartbeat in the game. I've hidden numbers that mean stuff to me and to the players as well, if they know the lore. I'm not going to give away where I've hidden stuff and what people can find, but I'm sure if there are any sound savvy people out there, they will be able to recognize some techniques that I've used. I could give a small hint that you have to turn down the music, and then some of these sounds will pop out a bit more than they do now. It's so cool that people can play like a game for like hundreds of hours and still there are like things hidden that these people that have worked on the game have hidden all around.
Rift of the Necrodancer is Necrodancer meets Guitar Hero. Every note is an enemy with unique movements, so you need to learn the patterns to keep the music flowing. Rift will have over 30 original songs at launch, composed by a team of 6 artists. Josie Breckman, Jules Conrad, also known as Family Jules, Alex Mukala, Sam Webster and Nick Nosbaum, and myself, Danny Baranowski. Hi, I'm Danny. I'm a composer on Rift of the Necrodancer and music director at Brace Yourself Games here in Vancouver. And today I have the magnanimous Josie Breckner.
Thank you for having me.
Josie's one of the composers we have on Rift of the Necrodancer. What's your favorite Rift song that you composed and why?
It's so hard. It's so hard. I think my favorite is Glass Cages. I think that's my baby, and that's the one we put on the EP, which I'm glad.
I think I'm gonna make enemies here, but I think it's my favorite song on the soundtrack.
Wow.
For sure.
Wow. Over your own stuff.
Of course. I mean, I have to pretend to be modest, you know? You swung it to a sextuplet. And if the non-music people don't know what that means, it means it's fucked up. Is that when you can swing a song when it's in like a triplet meter, if you skip the middle beat, instead of da-da-da-da-da-da, it's da-da-da-da-da. Well, if you have 6 sextuplets instead of triplets, and it's da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and you only take, then it's da-da-da-da.
Even in you laying this out, you've already thought more about it than I did when I sat down to write the song.
But that's what's so cool, because we had to reckon with it. It made us have to like re-examine how we did level design. I'm so glad it happened. Like I remember you saying like, "Hey, I'm sorry,
level design team."
We basically had to redo the way we thought about how the subdivisions of the rhythms worked in the game, and because what you do is you go da 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 da, and you rush the beat by a sextuplet. And we just didn't have that resolution, so now we do. This is part of why I love making music for games too, is that it's just, you're never just doing, it's never music for its own sake. It also has to be this like functional, living thing. And so like, you know, we had to put a lot of work into like, for the level maps and stuff for Glass Cages to work with that. The expressiveness of, Sarah was the violinist, right?
Yes.
The expressiveness of her playing and how she's constantly modulating between different rhythmic ideas and stuff, like just having a system in place that could like do justice to that, like it made the game better. Your song made the game, you forced our game to be better. How do you like that?
There was a Slack message later being like, let's not do something that complicated again, please. Yeah, I really wanted to capture this vision I had of her coming back from work late at night, exhausted in like a palatial New York City apartment, her putting on a record, pouring a glass of champagne and staring out over the taxis as like the rain fell on the streets below. And then as I was writing, and this is like the following your instinct thing, I was like, oh, we're just getting a lot of Jamiroquai in here too. So I just started like scooping as much from Jamiroquai land and putting it in the track.
Sure.
And just was having a ton of fun with it. And then we hired my friend Sarah to do some violin. And Sarah Hubbard is amazing. She can do anything. And I was just like, here's some chords, go crazy with it. And she did, and it's awesome. Yeah,
she did.
Yeah. So
it's interesting to hear because I was gonna ask you what the glass cages meant, but now I know because we talk about glass cages are like the buildings that we're in.
Yeah.
And that also there's a police siren at the end.
Yes.
And it's like what you hear.
Setting the scene in the apartment, yeah.
Right. No, but that totally makes sense to me. That the swirling of that every time I hear that song now. But here's kind of what I was talking about earlier about like what I'm so happy about, giving up some of the control and allowing other people to do their version of this thing. And that's that song is Necrodancer as fuck. And I never would have done that. So let's talk a little bit about how you came to be a part of our team. We had a long list that we whittled down, kept whittling down, and then I'll just say that when I found you, I remember being struck by how you had depth and breadth.
I appreciate you saying that. I think I was really touched when we had our first conversation and you were like, I like your music because it's weird. Like, I felt so seen in that moment. I was like, yes, weird. That's what I've been trying to go for this whole time. And so we started off working on my test. And then you're like, okay, that's good, but I think you could go further.
Yeah, I remember now.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then I worked on like Hang Ten Hef, doing like this surf rock style. And you're like, okay, I mean, we're getting there, but like you could go way weirder. And I just started pushing the line further and further to see if I would ever cross it.
We ain't found it yet.
We never did.
Nope.
So that to me is something that was really special. I remember I was being very careful about my NDA. You know, Rift is probably the biggest project I've ever worked on, and trying to, you know, stay professional, keep it cool. And then the next thing I know, we're in the park and you're like, oh yeah, Josie's working on Rift.
How do you approach the idea of genres? And if you even think about it at all, you know, in Bamboosh, we're doing this like kind of drum and bassy thing and you break out the contrabassoon.
I'm on fire.
And it blows my mind because, like, is there rhyme or reason to that, or do you kind of just let the chaos happen and then just like curate it? Like, how do you think about that when you do that?
Yeah, I feel like I'm very instinctual when it comes to that stuff, and if there's something that feels right in the moment, or if there's a mistake that happens, I want to capture that energy and bring it into the track as much as possible. Because for me, the worst thing is when you overthink something too much. And I mean, this is a thing that happens, a theme of the game, I feel like in some ways too. It's like thinking a thing to death instead of just doing or being or acting. I'm never too worried if something isn't technically in line with the genre I'm doing, because mashing things and just forcing them together, even if they don't look like they fit initially, is my favorite thing.
Favorite thing about you? Creatively fearless.
Oh.
Just unceasingly exploratory. Everything I hear from you is just like, it sounds like a different person made it, and it's just, it blows my mind. You compose in like quantum superposition.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
What's your favorite thing about me?
I really respect when someone has done the work as a contractor, as a freelancer, as an artist, to know when to step back and let other people just like do their thing. I felt like I just had a lot of trust and confidence from how much creative room and creative freedom you were giving.
I mean, that's great to hear. It's something I've, it's something I thought about and worked on a lot over the years. And there is, I think, that urge when you write something for someone to reproduce it, more or less the same as it was, but like human and not synth.
Right.
Right. But as I had a lot of experiences with Jules, because Jules did a ton of guitar for me, happy accidents would happen.
Yeah.
He would do something just slightly different.
Yeah.
And there were definitely times when Jules would do like, oh no, I did this instead of that. I'm like, but that was better. And just like recognizing that. And I like to give feedback more as like questions, like, why did you do this? Or what did you do? That
Where's the reverb? That was one I got a lot.
Yeah, well, reverb's overrated.
Yeah.
Just because the way somebody does something is not the way I would have done it, doesn't mean it's bad. If you want to actually have a truly collaborative environment with other creative people, you have to have that. You are bringing these people in for their expertise, and you need to let them spread their wings. There's no certainty in creative endeavors. My guideline on that is basically just like, would I be like upset, or like, can I not let this happen? I don't know. Just don't cling to power for power's sake. Are we still talking about music? Or?
I feel like when you're talking about this, I'm imagining like the anime version of the music process, where like me and Sam and Nick and Alex and Jules all come in, and you're like struggling and you collapse, and we're like, you've done enough. Take our hand.
Hey Source Moochers, my name is Ramsey Karubi. I am the composer for the Boyfriend Dungeon soundtrack. Boyfriend Dungeon is a dungeon crawling dating sim in which you date your weapons and they transform into these beautiful hunks and babes during these Sailor Moon style-esque transformation sequences. So if I was a weapon, I'd be a butter knife because I'm absolutely harmless. The soundtrack is really poppy and upbeat. We went for a very poppy sound, and me and Madeline, the singer, are actually represented in the soundtrack in the game, and that's really cool. Today, I want to do a deep dive on Never Lose. It was a dungeon traversal track originally conceived as, and the team liked it more as a boss battle style track. So I want to take you on a quick deep dive on that. And without further delay, grab your favorite weapon. I've got my dagger right here, and let's go. Alright, so how was Never Lose created? Well, it starts with usually one instrument in most of my songs. And in this case, we really wanted to go after something that was haunting, something that sounded almost possessed or otherworldly, like a ghost. We really wanted to convey the sense that you were haunted by your past, maybe, and that going to Verona Beach was something of an escape for you. That you could leave your past woes behind. And so that's a lot of data. That's like a lot of information you want to transmit to the player via a track. And to achieve something like that, I used my Minilog. So if you don't know, a Minilog is a Korg synthesizer. And it's normally a noisy, buzzy synthesizer, and it's not great for ambient stuff, although it can be used for anything, really. I managed to get this ambient patch from it, And this is basically the beginning riff that started this whole song. So we have this like haunting bass line. When I say bass line, I don't mean bass instrument. I mean like a foundation for a track. So this is like a sharp cymbal sound, and most likely I chose this because of its resemblance to a weapon sheath. And so we want to... I injected a lot of cool bits of weapon sounds into the soundtrack, and I love using sound design as a way to express the gameplay, you know. And even though, you know, you want to get creative with it because you don't want it to clash with the sound effects that are already happening in the game. So on this, I've added different things to make it kind of stand out more, you know, not be mistaken for just gameplay. Moving on, we've got to add to that, so altogether we got the haunting synth, and then on top of that we've got a floaty synth. This floaty synth is also very integral to the song. We also have vocal samples, and what I've done here is I've taken a track of Madeline singing, I think it was for this, and I've cut it up and put it onto a sampler. Here is said sampler, right? And these are all Madeline's little vocalizations that I've tweaked and done different things to. So you can see for this one, I've panned it to the side, so it goes off to the side. Okay, and so now moving on to the most important, arguably the most important part of this track, the vocals. And the lyrics and the vocals for this song and the music really go hand in hand to sell the vibe to the player that you must under no circumstances lose. Defeat is not an option, and you must succeed. But to what end, and why are we succeeding? And what is the point of this? And I gotta say, Madeline wrote all the lyrics, and she did an amazing, phenomenal job bringing that feeling of, you know, you're exploring this dangerous place, and with this person that, you know, may or may not be a stranger. And then when I say person, I really mean the weapon that you're falling in love with. And there's an element of danger to it, but there's also an element of we're going to get through this. And she did a great job with it. As far as her vocal chain, I have usually pretty simple, well, somewhat simple setups. De-esser, you know, really good if you have a lot of sibilance in the vocals, a lot of the S's and the those kind of plosives. I've got multi-band compressor, just a really good all-around compressor. Honestly, I have over-processed this. This is not something I would do today. This is probably just due to lack of experience and understanding how to route and chain things properly. I've got a compressor. See, we don't really need both the multi-band compressor and the compressor. I might be smashing her vocals way too hard, to be honest. And, you know, in this context, it worked out, but it's something to keep in mind of. I've got Reverence, which is just reverb, pretty much. And I'm using really Cubase's stock plugins to mix all of this. I think they sound fine, and I recommend that any artists really just use what's available to them, you know. I don't tend to gravitate towards the most expensive thing out there. So as you can see, for most of this, I'm using stock Cubase plugins. And so I've got Reverence here. I've got it on a large Viennese Hall. And then finally, I've got the One Knob. I love this plugin. It's basically a DJ sweep knob, but for low end only. And I just love what it does. It's really, really helpful for all sorts of things. Although I don't even know if I'm using it. Oh, yeah, I do use it here. Yeah. So you can see it's a very high quality pot, basically, that when you turn it, it just gives you the full spectrum, and you can change the resonance from high, extreme, none, moderate. Good stuff. And finally, let me just talk a bit about the percussion. I'm using a few different plugins: Easy Drummer, Groove Agent, Contact 7, which I think is using damage. Yes, we are using damage and more damage. And that's it. And then they're going through a group and then through a parallel compressor. So first of all, I've got these. And so this is Easy Drummer, right? And it doesn't normally sound like this. However, I am running it through a few different filters. Quadra Fuzz, one knob filter, and that's giving you the nice bit crushed kind of sound, which is in the background of the full song, most of the song. Yeah. So you barely notice that, actually, but I think it adds a nice crunchiness to the whole track. Then I've got real drums. So another Easy Drummer module playing this here together. And then we've got Groove Agent, which I've applied my own samples to. Well, they're Cubase stock samples, but it's a modified kit that I made. And that's just playing the main drum beat. And then Damage, which I utilize heavily, extensively in all my projects. I really love it. They actually released a new one that I'm thinking about getting. And these are just basically highly processed, already mixed percussion hits. And they're really good for selling a mood. I mean, they're just fantastic for giving you... For boss battles, amazing. And that's what these sound like. All together, gives you that heavy, smack. That is probably... Those and the vocals and the bass are really the crux that form this song. But then the haunted synth is really the thing that makes it unique. It makes it its own thing. I mean, if you take everything out except for the synth, or, I mean, if you leave everything in except for the synth, you really have a pretty generic, just, it's just bass and drums. It's nothing really special. But you add the synth, you add some vocal samples, and then you add Madeline's unique voice and what we did with it, and you have our track. So, yeah, that was a deep dive of Never Lose. I want to thank you so much for watching it. And currently I'm working on Project Dosa with Outer Loop Games, and I encourage everyone to go check that out. Wishlist it on Steam. Me and my dagger have a long day ahead of us, so I will be seeing everybody later. Take care, thank you, and free Palestine.
Hi, I'm the composer for A Case of Cud, Craig Hamilton. I'm going to play for you a special rendition of Onward on my Osmos Expressive E with the Waldorf Iridium. If you want to find out more about myself, go to gregoryhamilton.com. Thank you.